Hi all guys. First of all, I would like to thank ENSCON to give me this opportunity to present our work. First of all, I would like also that you will enjoy in this presentation. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about the topic is dynamic spillover effects and connectedness among climate change, technological innovation, and uncertainty. Evidence from quantile VAR and multiple wavelet coherency network. This work is in collaboration with three universities, with my colleagues in France. Next, let's start by our plane. First of all, I will discuss about some introduction or few introduction and the purpose of our study. Second, the methodology and the key findings. And finally, the policy and the economic implication. Let's start by the introduction. However, understanding the co-movement and the spillovers among markets is of major extent for any market participant because the adjustments of portfolio can be determined by such level of connectedness. And investors seeking higher portfolio diversification benefits must be aware of the magnitude and direction of spillover contributions related to the different asset components of their portfolios. Okay, climate change poses particular challenges for some of environmental investors and policymakers and has been recently recognized as a new source of risk for the financial system. For example, fundamentalists, as an example, central banks and also financial managers have recommended investors and financial institutions to assess their exposure to climate-related financial risks. Also, central banks and financial managers have also started to design scenarios for climate stress tests, and this in order to assess how vulnerable the financial system is to climate change. In our study, we try to investigate the interconnection between three major equity market indexes, dealing with, first, the corporate engagement in the use of a clean energy, and in this we use the Global Clean Energy Index. Second, we use the corporate implication in the preservation of oceans, land, and air, and as the Global Climate Change Index. And we use also the technological innovation based on renewable and low carbon energy. And this indicates the technological innovation market index. The novelty of this research is that we examine such connectedness and interconnection, also the volatility spillover across markets of clean energy, climate change, and technological innovation, by also integrating a free measure of information uncertainty related first to the economic news article sentiment, also to the newspaper treating the novel COVID-19 pandemic and equity market volatility, and finally, or the third one, is the daily English language tweets associated with uncertainty and economy. The purpose of this study is to examine the time frequency transmission and connectedness between the different green market indexes and also information uncertainty as economic news, COVID-19 pandemic, and the Twitter usage. Second, our aim is to assess how the static and dynamic connectedness between markets switch through go to broad spectrum of market states, in particular the bearish and stable or normal, and also the bullish market states. And finally, we try to examine the dynamics of the co-movement between green financial markets and the level of uncertainty in the time frequency domain. Let's see the methodology. We employ the basic model of Diebold and Yilmaz 2009 and 2014. However, the main advantage of this method first is it contracts a spillover index by decomposing the variance of the prediction error and by the use of the so-called rolling window technique. And this in order to show the dynamic features of the risk of the spillover effects, because the spillover index show this feature or these characteristics of the markets. Second, this method accurately quantifies the magnitude and the direction of spillovers between one market to the others or between markets together. Second, in order to examine the quantile propagation mechanism across markets and to calculate all the connectedness metrics, we use the quantile vector autoregression technique developed by or recently motivated by Ando et al. 2021. And by combining the quantile VAR method with the network topology analysis, these concepts first explain the nexus and direction of risk spillover among markets under concern. Next, we use the second method, which is called wavelet method. This method integrates information from both time and frequency domain causality approaches, and the connectedness behavior of the variable is treated throughout various regime or different regimes. The use of wavelet analysis caters for several types of investors and market decision makers who possesses various holding time horizon for their investment. In particular, we use the wavelet coherency method as the multiple wavelet coherence and the quadruple wavelet coherence developed by Mihanovic et al. 2009, and also the vector wavelet coherence recently developed by Ugor and Yunel 2020. However, the use of multiple wavelet coherence or we use this case in order to analyze the causality interplay of all the variable on climate change index and the green market indexes. The data set used, we have green markets, we have a clean energy, environmental preservation, and technological innovation. Also, we use three uncertainty information: economic news, COVID-19 pandemic, and the Twitter usage. The period covers the last decade. It starts from June the 1st, 2011 to June 6, 2021. And as you know that in this last decade, we have several economic, political, and financial, also health crises. Let's see now the major findings based on the network connectedness analysis. First of all, let's see the static connectedness results. Briefly, we found high spillover effect amid the different indexes with significant transmitting and receiving behavior during all market conditions. Also, under normal market scenarios, clean energy and technological innovation are the strongest transmitter of spillovers. And we found also a persistence of net transmitting spillover behavior of technological innovation to climate change at specifically in extreme market states. We found also that at extreme upper quantiles, the COVID-19 pandemic is the highest net transmitter of shock spillovers, approximately 97.5% of net transmitting to all others. And we found also that the climate change index acts as a net transmitter of spillovers at all other market under bearish, normal, and bullish market states. Let's see the static connectedness of the volatility under two extreme markets, the boost and boom markets. We found that at extreme upper quantiles or at bullish market, the connectedness of volatility between markets is higher compared to the lower quantile or compared to boost market condition. Now, let's see the dynamic total connectedness when we use the clean energy market in the system. Here, the heat map indicates the degree of connectedness between the different markets. In the x-axis, we have the time period, and the y-axis, we have different quantiles starting from 0 or the 5th quantile to the 95th quantile. As you see, there is a higher connectedness between variable at extreme upper and extreme lower quantiles. We see that below the approximately 25% quantile and above 75% quantile, we have higher connectedness between clean energy index, and all other variable. But under normal market states in the middle, we found lower connectedness between all markets. Similar results were found when we use the climate change market system. We see also at extreme market condition, we have a higher connectedness between variable, and at normal market states, we have lower connectedness between the variable uncertainty and technological innovation and the climate change markets. But an exception was found starting in May or March 2021. We see, for example, under normal market condition, we have high connectedness between variable, and this may be due to the COVID-19 vaccination in 2021. This is the dynamic total connectedness. Let's see now the net total dynamic connectedness of each variable in the system. This is the net total or the heat map that shows the connectedness of the clean energy market index. As you see that the red color dominates in the heat map, and this indicates that the clean energy index appears as a net transmitting of information to all other markets, because we see that the heat map, or we see the warmer shades in the heat map. Next, we see the technological and innovation market, similar effects to all other markets. We see red color dominates the heat map, and we found that the technological innovation is the net transmitter of information to all other markets. An exception is found, but it is very small in some periods, because we see the blue color in the heat map. Let's see now when we use the climate change market or the climate change market system, we see that ocean climate change index appears by the double roll in the period of times. In 2021, we see that ocean climate change acts as a net transmitter of information, as given by the red color here. Then it appears, or it shifts to a net recipient of information, especially in extreme upper and extreme lower quantiles, and then shifts again or move again to net transmitter of information in the year 2021. Also, the technological innovation appears by the double roll. In the beginning of the period of the study, we have the net recipient of information from all other variable, but it moves to a net transmitting or contributing of information in the year 2021, as given by the red color in the heat map. Now, let's see the key findings related to the wavelet coherency analysis, and which is given by the following heat maps of the wavelet coherence. But generally, the combined indexes have strong causal effect on green energy and the climate change market at all frequency bands and all time periods, as given by the red or huge red area in the heat map. Just there is a few island which is very small in specific periods, but the red color, it dominates in all the heat map, which indicates that all marked or uncertainty variable and technological innovation has a strong effect on climate change and the green energy indexes. Also, based in the quadruple wavelet coherence, we use the technological innovation, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the new sentiment index, and we try to show the effect of three variables to clean energy and also to the climate change indexes. We found higher market integration between these variables, as given by the red heat map, especially also we found a specific negative or low connection between the variables, but it's very specific, as given by the yellow or red color area in some periods and some frequency band. Let's now finish by some economic and policy implication. We see that given that the primary goal of investor is to get a healthy return on their investments, and environmentally friendly investors' portfolio will still include assets that offer greater returns while also benefiting the environment and society. The government issuance of a clean energy bonds with long periods will be a suitable complement to private equity investment. And since the clean energy indexes offer more substantial long-term rewards for investors. And finally, since the financial contagion between clean energy and uncertainty are greater during market downturns, policies that reduce financial contagions may encourage investors to include both clean energy and technological innovation securities in their investment plan. And finally, we found that clean technological innovation should be encouraged to support the investment strategy in clean energy market. And finally, thank you. I hope that I did not exceed the 15 minutes of presentation.
the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing, China. I'm very honored to be here to join this conference. The topic of my presentation is income inequality, energy poverty, and energy efficiency, who, and how. My presentation will include these five parts. First, some background information of this research. Second, the construction of the empirical model and the data description. Third, the main empirical findings we obtained. First, further discussions on the subject. Fifth, some conclusions we got. So I start with the first part to introduce the background of our topic. Since the implementation of its reform and opening up policy in 1978, China has achieved unprecedented economic growth thanks to the rapid industrialization and urbanization. However, this rapid economic growth is accompanied with uneven development and income inequality. Figure 1 on the right briefly shows the spatial temporal distribution of China's urban-rural income gap during the past decade. As the figure shows, China's urban per capita income was more than triple than that of rural areas in 2004. Since then, the income gap between urban and rural areas in China first slowly widened and then gradually narrowed. However, the urban-rural income ratio is still high, around 2.5 in 2017. Given the adverse impact of such a large income gap on China's overall inequality and the well-being of rural residents, the Chinese government has implemented a series of measures to elevate urban-rural income inequality. Even so, the level of income inequality is still high, especially in some provinces located in the central and western regions. Meanwhile, in addition to income inequality, energy-related issues such as energy poverty have also received increasing attention from scholars and policymakers. As an important aspect of sustainable development, energy poverty not only affects the economic development of an economy, but is also associated with many social issues. In broad terms, energy poverty refers to the conditions as a lack of sufficient, affordable, high quality and environmentally friendly energy services to support local development. Meanwhile, over the past few decades, the rapid development of industrialization and technological progress has also greatly improved China's energy efficiency. From the figure, China's overall energy efficiency has been increasing in the past 10 years. We also noticed that the level of energy efficiency in China's southeast coastal areas is particularly high. Here comes the significant progress in energy efficiency has attracted worldwide attention and aroused scholars' thinking. Will the improvement of energy efficiency help elevate China's income inequality and energy poverty? This question motivates us because, on the one hand, the higher level of income energy efficiency essentially leads to less energy consumption with the same level of economic output, which contributes to energy saving in the production process. On the other hand, improved energy consumption means higher productivity, which is conducive to promoting economic growth and income levels. Furthermore, the improvement of energy efficiency can also accelerate the construction of energy infrastructure in rural areas, which can help improve China's energy poverty and the low-income status quo. These factors all indicate that energy efficiency may help reduce income inequality as well as energy poverty. Based on the discussions, the objective of this study is to systematically investigate the interactions between energy efficiency and income inequality as well as energy poverty. For this purpose, we first evaluate the levels of energy poverty of China's 30 provinces using a composite index. Then, based on a panel sample covering 30 30 provinces during 2004 to 2017. We estimate the impact of energy efficiency on income inequality and energy poverty. Next, we discuss the heterogeneous and asymmetric characteristics of the relationships between energy efficiency and income inequality, as well as energy poverty. In the end, we conduct a moderating effect analysis to test whether the impact of energy efficiency is affected by moderating factors such as technological evolution. Next, we come to the second part. This study aims to evaluate the role of energy efficiency in promoting the elevation of income inequality and energy poverty in China. For this purpose, we construct an econometric model in which energy efficiency is the pure independent variable and income inequality or in energy poverty is the dependent variable. We also introduce a series of control variables related to income inequality and energy poverty into the model. In all estimations, we control economic growth, industrial structure rationalization, human capital, urbanization, development, and technological evolution. Thus, we build a multi-variable framework. Moreover, considering the persistence of income inequality and energy poverty in an economy, we further introduce the first. We also introduce the first order lag term of the dependent variable into the model. The explanation of the variables is presented in the slides. So to evaluate the impacts of energy efficiency on income inequality and energy poverty, we employ a balanced panel data set for 30 Chinese provinces for 2004 to 2017. The dependent variable involves two core factors, that is income inequality and energy poverty. Using the practice of the two scholars as a reference, we utilize the TEL index to calculate income inequality in this study, and the specific calculation formula is as follows. Another dependent variable is energy poverty. Following the work of the presented scholars, we build a comprehensive index system to measure the level of energy poverty in Chinese provinces. The index is composed of 4 dimensions of indicators, and due to the limited presentation time, we do not explain them here. So the table one lists the definitions and the description and the descriptive statistics of the variables. Besides, we also listed the data sources in the last column of this table. So here comes the third part, and I will explain the estimation procedure and the main findings of this study. So before using the econometric model to examine the nexus among energy efficiency, income inequality, and energy poverty, we first carry out a preliminary test by analyzing the temporal and the spatial distribution of the energy efficiency, income inequality, and energy poverty. So figure 3 plots the time trace of the above 3 variables. As the figure shows, the energy efficiency in China presents an upward trend, while the other 2 variables, income inequality and energy poverty, are relatively stable, showing a slow downward trend during the sample period. Therefore, we can preliminarily deduce that energy efficiency may simultaneously reduce income inequality and energy poverty in China. Furthermore, to reflect the spatial evolution of income inequality and energy poverty. We also depict their special distribution for selected years. Figure 4 shows the detailed spatial distribution of income inequality and energy poverty in China for in 2004, 2009, 2014, and 2017. So from the charts in Figure 4, income inequality in China overall presents a downward trend during the sample period. This may be due to the rapid development of economic development in China's rural areas. Furthermore, we observe that provinces with high income inequality are mainly contributed in the western region of China. Also, Figure 4 indicates a downward trend of energy poverty in China during the sample period. Based on this, we propose two hypotheses. First, improved energy efficiency reduces the level of income inequality. Second, improved energy efficiency reduces the level of energy poverty. To provide more rigorous evidence, we estimate the econometric model we built before. After a series of empirical tests, we employed the system general methods of Mommon's method. The estimation, furthermore, to ensure the robustness and stability of our empirical results, we also employ another two methods. The pooled ordinary least squares and the feasible generalized least squares methods. So the estimation results are listed in Table 2. So from the results, we say that there is a negative relationship between energy efficiency and poverty, which coincides with hypothesis 1. Thus, we can confirm that improved energy efficiency can help to alleviate energy poverty in China. Besides the system generalized methods of Mommon's estimator also indicates that energy efficiency is negatively correlated with income inequality. So next, here comes the part 4. So first, we conduct a regional heterogeneous analyze over the relationships between energy efficiency, energy poverty, and income inequality. We explore this mainly because the levels of income inequality and energy poverty are significantly difficult in various provinces in China. Thus, in this respect, we conduct a regional heterogeneous analysis by dividing the 30 provinces into 4 different sub-regions, and the specific provinces in each sub-region are listed in this table. We re-estimated the necklace between energy efficiency and energy poverty and income inequality based on 4 different subsamples. It is clear that the coefficient of energy efficiency is negative for all the subsamples. So this is in line with the estimation results discussed in benchmark regression section, which again verifies that our estimation results are robust and stable. More importantly, we find that the estimated coefficients of energy efficiency vary with different levels of income inequality and energy poverty, which indicates that the relationship between energy efficiency and energy poverty is heterogeneous in different regions. Besides, we also conduct a symmetric analysis to examine that whether the impact of energy efficiency is asymmetric across different regions. So the estimation results are listed in Table 5, and to make the results more visible, we also depict the depict figure 5 to show the changing trend of the coefficients. As the figure shows, the coefficients of energy efficiency are all significantly negative, which again verifies that our results are robust and convincing. Furthermore, the varied coefficients appearing across the whole distribution of energy poverty and income inequality reveal that asymmetry exists in the nucleus between energy efficiency and income inequality, as well as energy poverty. In the end, we also conduct a moderating effect analysis by introducing technological evolution as the moderating factor. So we re-estimate the model by we estimate the model, and the results are listed in table 6. So as the columns 1 to 2 shows that after ending technological evolution, the coefficient value of energy efficiency changes from negative 0.0211 to negative 0.216, indicating that technological evolution magnifies the inhibition effect of energy efficiency on energy poverty. The same results also coincides with the nucleus between energy efficiency and income inequality. So the main conclusion is that improving energy efficiency can not only elevate energy poverty, but can also reduce income inequality in China. Second, the results imply that the significant regional heterogeneity and asymmetry exists in the nucleus between energy efficiency and income inequality and energy poverty. Third, the elevation effect of energy efficiency may be strengthened through technological evolution. Based on these conclusions, we propose the 3 policy implications. First, the Chinese government should continue to take measures to elevate energy poverty and income inequality. For example, the government should strengthen the construction of rural energy infrastructure. Second, the policymakers should adapt to local conditions when they formulate specific policies to reduce energy poverty and income inequality. Third, the government should attach great importance to technological evolution while focusing on the improvement of energy efficiency. So that is all the presentation, and thank you for your kind attention. And if you have any question, please feel free to contact me. Thank you, and sorry about the due time.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to share our study with you. I got 2 papers to share. This is the first one. This paper is titled with Correlation Among Oil Price, Country Risks, and Stock Returns, an empirical analysis based on 31 countries. And I'm Dr. Tianle Yang from Zhejiang University of Technology, China. This study is cooperated with my colleagues Qin Yuandong from Zhejiang University of Technology of China and Professor Chunyang Du and also Dr. Ming Du from Edinburgh Napier University of UK. All right, I would like to start with the introduction of why we wanted to do this research. Actually, the relationship between the stock and the oil market is of great interest. This is due to its important implications for asset allocation, policy making, and risk management. However, we know that the findings are always inconsistent, and we think it might be due to the various research contexts. Moreover, we also find that the country risks have been severely neglected to be taken consideration particularly in a simultaneous way. Changes in the country's political, economic, and financial risks will be transmitted to its stock market and affect changes in the supply and demand of the oil markets. As a result, there are complex interactions among 3 of them. So here is a figure which signifies a complex index of the country risks during these recent 20 years. On the left side is the score of the country risk, and if the score is higher, that means the country risk is low. And we noticed that during all these 20 years, the country risk fluctuated greatly. Particularly in 2010, we noticed that the country risk actually increased greatly, mainly due to the financial crisis originated from the United States. And also we noticed that in the year of 2020, the country risk greatly increased. The score sharply dropped and to the bottom during these recent 20 years, as mainly related with the pandemic and also the deglobalization era now we are set ourselves in. So the country risk has turned to be a very important factor that cannot be neglected in the global financial market. So this is our research question. We wanted to examine what are the correlations or linkages among oil price, stock markets, and country risks. There have been quite a lot of studies actually focused on the relationships between two. For example, there are a lot of studies focused on the linkage between oil price and the stocks. There are mainly 3 different kinds of the conclusions. First, the negative correlations. This is because the increasing of the oil prices may stock the manufacturing costs of the industry, so that it will definitely lead to the decrease of the returns of the stocks. And also, some of the studies also find positive correlations between oil price and the stocks. This is on the hypothesis that because the oil prices increase, that means the demand of manufacturing increases, which signify a prosperity of the economic. So that will also lead to a positive correlations, increasing of the stock returns. And also, the third perspective believe in that the effects or the correlations are complicated. It depends on the time. The oil prices and the stock returns might be positively linked or correlated only when the price of the stock are at a comparatively high level, because that means the economic circle is in a prosperous position. And if it is in the bottom in terms of the economic circle, a increasing of oil prices may lead to the decreasing of the stock returns. In terms of the oil price and the country risks, there is studies believing that the country risks will lead to the increase of the oil prices, mainly due to the consideration of the increasing of the geopolitical risks. So if the threats of the war is turning to be more serious, definitely the oil prices will go up. And also, it's believed that oil prices may also oppositely affect the country risks because the increasing of the cost of oil, it may bring loss or damages to the economic or financial and political and development, which increase the costs. And in terms of country risks and the stocks, the findings are still inconsistent. In the country risk, actually, there are three subcomponents. There are political risks, there are economic risk, and financial risk. And it's believed that in terms of a long time view, all of these risks may bring to a decrease of the stock returns. But in terms of its short term, only political and financial risks decrease the stock returns. So as we mentioned before, there are many studies on oil price in the stock markets, most of which are conducted in a single country or a certain type of economy or two economies, for example, between United States and China. So we find that the findings are really inconsistent. On the other hand, although some literature has noted that the relationship between the country risk and oil prices and the stock market, there are few studies examining all these variables in a simultaneous way, which obviously we neglect the interactions of these three factors altogether. So this is our theoretical framework. Our purpose is to examine the correlations among these three aspects in a simultaneous way. We try to find how these three things coexisting and co-effects to each other. We use a PAR model to examine the correlations among the three. Variables are regarded as endogenous variables here. So we use panel data, which can not only effectively solve the problem of individual heterogeneity, but also fully capture the individual and the time effects. And this is the model we use. And in terms of the variable and data, we use the Brent oil prices from EIA. And in terms of the country risks, we adopt the data from ICRG. The total score is 100 points. The higher the score is, the lower the risk of the country is. And then the stock, we use a stock market index. We select stock market indices of 31 economies for analysis, and they are from SISMER database, a widely used on-list firms database in China. And also we take the logarithms of all variables and perform first order differences to conduct our analysis. Here is our main results, and we actually find evidences of the correlations among the three. This figure helps to explain the specific results. So let's see. For the first column, it represents the impulse response of the country risk levels and the stock returns of the oil price. It shows that the impulse of the oil price leads to an increase in the value of country risks, and it signifies that rising oil prices reduce country risks. The stock response of oil price shocks is longer than country risks and is positive in short term while negative in the long term. The second column shows the impulse response of oil price and stock to the country risk shocks. When the country risk score rises, that is when the country risk drops, the oil prices drops significantly. The impact of the shock on the country risk level score is significantly positive in the first period, and it means that when the country risk drops, the stock returns rise in the short term. And the third column. The third column is the response of oil prices and country risks to the stock. When the stock returns rises, the oil price rises as well. The response of country risk score to stock return lasts for a long time as being positive, which indicates that the increase in the stock returns is helpful to reduce the country risks, and which is consistent with our hypothesis. We further tested the subcomponents of the country risks, which include the economic risks, the political risks, and the financial risks. So, economic risks shows the strongest response to the oil price shocks. Financial risk is the second, and followed by the political risk. In terms of the economic risks, the oil prices shows a sharp downward trend response. The oil prices is manifesting in volatility-shaped change with the financial and the political risks and shocks. And in terms of shock of the stock returns, the lag periods for the three risk levels responding to it are slightly different. Overall, the performance of each risk level is positive and consistent with the overall or the general country risks. And we also conduct the robustness check and some additional testing. We substitute the WTI oil prices to the Brent oil prices, and the results remain consistent with our original measurements here. And also we divide 31 economies into two subgroups as developed economies and developing ones in accordance with the IMF classification standards. And we found that they are slightly different in terms we find that the stock in developed countries have a stronger response to the country risks compared with developing economies. When the country risk decreases, the return on developing market only shows a positive effect in the first period and then turns into insignificant. However, the positive effects of in the developed countries stock returns in the first period is not significant, but significantly decreases in the second and third periods. In addition, the risk in developed countries is significantly reduced when oil price shocks, while in the developing economies, the correlations are insignificant. So here's our main conclusions. First, the impact of the oil prices shocks on stock returns is positive in the short term and negative in the long term. The increase of the oil price and stock returns lead to a reduction in the country risks. And third, the increase of country risks leads to the decreasing of oil price. The stock returns in developing economies increase in short term, while decreases in developed countries at the very first beginning. And compared with the complex of country risks, the impacts of economic risk, financial risks, and the political risks show some sort of heterogeneity effects on oil price and stock returns. The contribution of our study, because there are only few studies focused on the relationships among the three, so we shed some light on the simultaneous effects among these three aspects of the two markets and also the country risks. And we focused on the overall relationship between the, and also we extended our research contest in more than 31 economies and taking consideration of the pandemic period. So that's all for the first paper. So thank you. So if you have further questions, you're so welcome to contact me via my email address. And then I'm going to share my second study. The second study is also conducted with my colleagues. The title is The Impact of Digital Inclusive Finance on Carbon Dioxide Emissions, Evidences from China's Provincial Level Data. First, the introduction. We have noticed that quite a lot of studies focus on the linkages or correlations between the finance development level and environmental protections. But previous researchers mainly focused on the impacts of exclusive finance on the environment involvement. A little attention is paid to the inclusive finance as the newly developed financial supporting systems in recent years. And this is different from the exclusionary finance in terms of its long-term development, particularly in developed economies. The inclusive finances are quite pretty new, and they are focused on the underdeveloping economies, organizations, areas. So our research question is, what are the effects of digital financial inclusions on the carbon dioxide emissions? Here's our theory. It has been widely proved that financial development is closely related to the environment involvement. Financial development has an important impact on energy consumption efficiency, which leads to the reducing of the carbon dioxide emissions. And it's believed that it is driven by the technology innovation in energy consumption areas. So, to put it more specifically, our intention is to examine the digital inclusive finance, how it may affect the carbon dioxide emissions. And we think it might affect in two different ways. First, it could decrease the carbon dioxide emissions by introducing capital moving to low carbon emission industries by reducing information asymmetry. That means it decreases the cost of the transmitting of information and increase the efficiency of the communicating cost. And the second, inclusive finance can effectively alleviate credit constraints on innovation, diversify innovation risks, and promote long-term stabilization and sustainability of technological innovation behavior. Now, we all know that innovation is a long-term investment process, particularly to these small and even micro enterprises. So when they making strategies to do innovation in technology, the first concerning is to consider about their financial systems. Only if they are sure that they have a system providing them financial supporting in a certain long period, they will plan to do the innovation. So the inclusive finance is very important to these small and micro firms particularly. So we adopt a digital financial inclusion developer index calculated or developed by the Beijing University, which has been already widely used, particularly in the research context of China. This is the digital financial inclusion test, and it includes mainly in 3 dimensions. The first is the coverage breadth, and the second is the usage in depth, and then the digitalization level. So for the depth, it is measured by the payment and the monetary fund, and the credit loan, insurance usage, investment usage, and credit usage. And in terms of the measurement of digitalization, we use the mobility index, affordable index, credit one, and facilitation indexes. And this is our data and methodology. We adopt the panel data involves data from 3 provinces during the period from 2011 to 2018 in China. And here is our variables. The dependent variables are the carbon dioxide emissions at industry level in China, at province level. And independent level, we got the complex index of the digital inclusive financial development level, and also we test the three subcomponents indexes at the breadth, the depth, and the digitalization level. And also we control the control variables here as listed. And we test the direct effects of the inclusive finance and also the mediation effects. Particularly, we test the channel of energy consumption efficiency, and also we analyze the moderation effects of there are two moderators. First is the industry, the manufacturing industry, and second is the economic development level of the areas. So first, for the direct effects, all of our hypothesis is supported, except for the subcomponents of the usage breadth of the inclusive financial. So first, we find that the complex index of the inclusive finance development level is negatively related to the carbon dioxide emissions. And also we find that the usage depth and also the digitalization level is related to the carbon dioxide emissions. And also we test the mediation effects of the energy consumptions. The energy consumption intensity, this is the basic analysis. The higher the intensity of the energy consumption, the smaller of the direct effect of the digital financial inclusion into reducing the carbon emissions. That means the energy consumption is an important mediator or a channel to the inclusive finance. We find evidence for that. And then we also test the moderation effects of the manufacturing industries versus non-manufacturing industries. We find that compared with manufacturing industries, the effects of inclusive financial development in non-manufacturing industries actually play a more significant role in reducing the carbon dioxide emissions. And also we test the subgroups of East, Middle, and West areas in accordance with their economic development level. And we find that in the poorest areas of the countries, the effects of the inclusive financial development level on the carbon dioxide emissions is the most significant. And this is also consistent with our original hypothesis assumptions. In these underdeveloped and or developing economies or areas, the effects of inclusive finance system is even much more important to them. So here are conclusions. The study finds that the digital finance inclusion has significantly reduced the regional carbon dioxide emission, and this impact is mainly driven by the depth of usage dimensions in the financial inclusion. And we also find that digital financial inclusion reduced the carbon dioxide emissions in a channel of energy consumption. And we also find this effect is more significant in non-manufacturing industries and in less developed economic areas. So I think the implications is particularly important to emerging economies. And as China is the biggest country in terms of its volume of carbon dioxide emission and in terms of its challenges to deal with the carbon emissions. And we think these findings is particularly important. And also we call for more studies of these questions and extensions on the research contests into other emerging economies like Russia and Brazil, and we believe that it may has the similar consistent results. All right, so that's all for my second paper. Again, thank you very much. And if you have further questions, you're so welcome to contact me via my email address. Thank you. That's all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thái Hà Lê, and I'm from FSVPM, Fulbright School of Public Policy and Management, Fulbright University, Vietnam. And it is my pleasure to be here today, virtually presenting my recent research in this conference. This is a joint research work with a college from Fulbright University, Vietnam, Normandy School of Management, France, and Asian Development Bank. The title of this research is Modeling the West Texas Intermediate WTI crude oil price volatility. So this is the introduction of my presentation. Now, this research is motivated by the substantial impact of oil price volatility on the world's economy and financial market, with historical volatile fluctuation of crude oil price during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the aim of this paper is to re-examine determinants of oil price volatility using a time-varying approach focusing on WTI. There are three reasons for our choice of WTI in this paper. First, WTI crude oil future price May future contract turned negative on April 20 last year for the first time in the history of commodities market. Second, the role of WTI as a leading global oil reference has been reinforced due to the US oil booming, which led to the lifting of the 40-year ban on oil export in this country in December 2015. Third, WTI is likely to play a greater role in the global energy landscape. Thanks to the significant investment in infrastructure, US production hit a record high of 12.9 million barrels per day in November 2019, based on the statistic from the International Energy Agency, IEA. And this research contributes to the limited literature on the determinants of oil price volatility in three ways. First, this study incorporates the COVID-19 pandemic period, which witnessed a historically volatile fluctuation of crude oil prices. Some researchers have begun to investigate the impact of the unprecedented pandemic and its macroeconomic consequences of oil price changes, while other researchers assess the impact of oil market supply and demand factors on the prices of other commodities. But the literature on oil price volatility during the COVID-19 pandemic has remained limited. Second, a new proxy of current market measure based on a very recent research by Charles Antonio et al. 2021 is used. This is the realized oil price volatility measure. The advantage of constructing this measure is that current oil price volatility can be estimated with the most recent available information. Third, this research employs a very recently developed estimation and advanced technique, namely the time-varying parameter spectral autoregression, TVP-VAR model by Del Negro and Priminseri 2015 with stochastic volatility. And with this approach, this allows the underlying dynamics among the variables of interest to be thoroughly captured across different periods of time. So now I will talk about the methodology of this paper. To examine the determinants of WTI crude oil price volatility, the following model is estimated. As you can see, ORV is the oil return volatility is the function of WEI, which is a proxy for US oil production, PRO, which is proxy for the production, and the USD dollar index, and VIX, right? EPU and INV stand for crude oil inventory. So the description of the meaning of this abbreviation of the variables is mentioned on your right hand side. Okay, and you can see that modeling crude oil price volatility cannot be conducted without considering this very fundamental impact, which may affect the volatility of the oil price. All right. So the first stage of this empirical analysis involves the estimation of the volatility measure of the oil price. Following the very recent paper, as I mentioned before, Antonio et al. 2021, this research employs a proxy of current market measure, namely the realized oil price volatility, in order to estimate the oil price volatility at the current time with the most recent available information. So this study computes the annualized weekly realized volatility of oil price as the square root of the sum of square of daily oil price, as you can see the formula in the slide. So the ORV, as I mentioned, denotes the annualized weekly realized volatility of oil price, and log OP is the natural logarithm of the daily market price at the day J of the week T. So equation 1 is based on the assumption that each calendar week has 5 trading days, and then ORV is scaled by the square root of 5 over T. Okay, and this scaling follows that volatility can be higher during a period that has more trading days. Okay, so the TVP VAR stands for time varying parameters vector autoregression model is derived from the following standard VAR model with constant parameters, as you can see. And you can see YT here represent an M times 1 vector of observed variable, and so on and so forth. And the parameters are assumed to adjust over time. So that is a very special specification of this model. We allow the parameter to be adjusted over the time. All right. And the TVP VAR model is estimated using the Markov chain Monte Carlo MCMC method with the Bayesian inference based on 5,000 burn-in and 10,000 standard iteration, which is a total of 15,000 iteration. So the number of burn-in iteration is chosen to ensure the convergence of posterior distribution. So now these studies employ the generalized impulse response function GIRF developed by Cook et al. 1996 and Pesaram and Shin 1998. So the GIRF is performed on the time-varying coefficient and the time-varying covariance matrix derived from the TVP VAR SV model mentioned in the previous slide. So this generalized impulse response function analysis estimates the response of oil price volatility following a shock in a variable I. Since we do not use a structural model, we calculate the difference between a K step ahead forecast where the variable I is shocked once and not shocked once. So the difference can be attributed to the shock in the variable I, calculate as you can see in this slide. And the K here represents the forecast horizon, and the EIT denotes the selection vector with 1 in the ith positions and 0 elsewhere. And as you can see in this slide, that is the data for this study, employed for this study. So this study employs the weekly data from January 2009 to the first week of October 2021, total 716 observations. And the choice of weekly time series and the study sample is determined by the data availability. And furthermore, the selection of the investigation period is motivated by the significant development in the US crude oil market. So in this figure, is plot the series of the variables. This figure and the next one plot the series of the variables. And now, because of time interest, I only explain the most salient patterns of the selected index. For instance, for the realized oil price volatility, we can see it peaks during the global financial crisis, right? The ORV peaks during the global financial crisis, which began in the second half of 2008. And another peak, very significant peak, occurs in 2016 when OPEC decided to cut the production quota due to the speculative activity. And most recently, that is the most recently, the volatility occurs in the early 2020, coincide with the COVID-19 pandemic. And for the WTI, we can see, as I mentioned before, it's experienced historical collapse in April 2021. So it's very suitable with this observation of the ORV. I will not go into the detail of the WEI and the USD, but as you can see here, the WEI, the weekly economic index also had a very sharp fall during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, and now it's a series, a plausible series for the production, oil inventories, VIX, the volatility index in the financial market, and the EPU's economic policy uncertainty. So we can see briefly here the spike in the VIX and the EPU index are spot during the periods of financial crisis, financial stress, and the US crude oil production expanded steadily during the period from 2008 to 2021. The only significant decline occurred during the global financial crisis of 2008, right? Since then, there has been a very steady increase due to the shale oil booming in the US. Okay, so now I will talk about the results and the discussion. So first of all, as mentioned, this empirical analysis estimates the response of the WTI realized crude oil price volatility to a shock based on the baseline model I mentioned before. Okay, and the plots are presented in this slide and the next one. So the figures show that the median estimate of the response of the WTI realized crude oil price volatility to a shock in the US economic activity is initially negative at first and then persists for about 20 weeks before fading away. And this result implies that the price of WTI tend to be more volatile during the recession, but becomes more stable during a boom. In addition, we also can see that WTI, the response of WTI crude oil price volatility is positive toward a shock of the US crude oil production, but it's relatively short-lived, only about a few weeks. And in the same way, WTI oil price volatility responds positively to a shock in oil inventory, and this result indicates a higher level of oil inventory is associated with a high level of oil price volatility. And the accumulation of oil inventory can be thought to be linked with a high oil-related uncertainty and high oil price volatility. Okay, so to save time, I will go to the next one. So now I will present the empirical results of the dynamics impacts of various determinants on the realized crude oil price volatility of WTI. Since we consider here the time-varying nature of the effects, we expect the generalized post-response function to be varying over time. So I will illustrate them on the 3D plot, as you can see here. In addition, the confidence bands are not included in this 3D plot because the constant parameters model is not considered. So we do not have the confidence band here. So the figure in this slide and the next one will be the result, right, for the TVP VAR model and show the median impulse response function for up to 60 weeks. Okay, so to save time, I will go through briefly, for instance, the weekly economic index, as you can see here. So the figure reveals that WTI oil price volatility respond negatively to a positive shock of the US economic activity, right, proxied by the WEI. Okay, and this implies that, and the positive shock here implies a positive shock in the aggregate demand and hence a stronger demand for oil. And despite the high oil price, economic prospects become brighter, and thus the level of oil price volatility is reduced. Okay, so for the production, we can see mostly the impact here are positive over time, even though the degree of the positive response vary quite significantly. Okay, and this figure show the impact of positive crude oil price crude oil inventory shock on the WTI oil price volatility. Okay, and the next one you can see the impact here is also positive, and the degree of positive response also very significantly over time, right? Which justify our approach for this study, which is a time varying nature consideration. Okay, for the VIX index, we also can see the positive effect of VIX on the WTI crude oil price volatility, and the same also applies for EPU with a varying degree of impact. So I will not go into details of the explanation because of time interest. So now I will go to the conclusion. So the main results of the study are follow. First, the estimation of the baseline model for the median response revealed that the realized WTI crude oil price volatility respond positively to a shock in the oil production, oil inventories, US dollar index, and the VIX, but respond negatively to a shock in the economic activity. Okay, for the EPU, the realized WTI crude oil price volatility respond positively at first and then turn to slightly negative before fading. Overall, the most statistical significant factor is the financial volatility proxy by the VIX index, the VIX index. So there may be an association between the US oil market fundamental and the uncertainty indicators and the evolution of oil price volatility. And second, the effects of these factors on the oil price volatility varies over time, and this time variant nature is evident up to 60 weeks. And finally, extreme impacts are mainly associated with economic recession and financial crisis, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, what are the implications of this research? Crude oil is both an energy commodity and a financial asset. So investors are subject to the volatility of their investment. This study has a number of implications. First, they need to take a full account of fluctuation in economic activity, oil production, oil inventory, US dollar, and financial market, EPU, when making decisions such as when to purchase the crude oil reserve or regulate the financial market for oil. It is especially during the extreme events such as pandemics or economic crisis. A high level of oil price volatility is associated with a high level of uncertainty. So investors should consider reducing their planning and investment decision during the times of increasing oil price volatility. Furthermore, if oil price volatility persists for an extended period, contributing to persistent uncertainty, then policymakers should consider promoting alternative energy sources, such as renewable energy, to reduce the reliance on oil. Thank you very much for your attention, and this is my details, my contact details for further question or comment. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So hello everybody. I'm presenting my paper, Cryptocurrency Return Predictability. What is the role of the environment? So this paper is co-authored with Ephraim Clark from Middlesex University Business School in the UK and Salma Meftahwali from ESCA Business School in France. Okay, so first I will present the motivation and a brief literature review. Then I will, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I will present my paper, Cryptocurrency Return Predictability, what is the role of the environment? So I said this paper is co-authored with Ephraim Clark from the Middlesex University Business School in the UK and Dr. Salma Meftahwali from ESCA Business School in France. So first I will present the motivation and brief literature review. Then I will present the methodology and I will discuss the main findings, and then I will present some conclusions and practical implications. So now there are hundreds of cryptocurrencies in existence, and the technology behind these cryptocurrencies is called the blockchain, which is a digital ledger of transactions that assigns unique codes to each cryptocurrency transaction. So over the past years, the number of cryptocurrency users and the blockchain users is growing. And this rapid run-up of the blockchain use is leading to significantly higher energy consumption. So this energy consumption, or this higher energy consumption, leads to more CO2 emission, and so this is an issue for the environment. So Stoll et al. In 2019 estimate for the year 2018 the electricity consumption of Bitcoin to be 48.2 terawatt hours, and estimate the annual carbon emissions range from 23.6 to 28.8. Similar to that produced by the nations of Jordan and Mongolia. Also, Mora et al. In 2018 showed that Bitcoin had the potential to create enough CO2 emissions to push warming above 2 Celsius degrees within less than 3 decades. So according to Krauss and Tolemet in 2018, the top 4 cryptocurrencies were responsible for 3 to 15 million tons of CO2 emissions from 2016 to 2018. So the higher cryptocurrency trade has contributed to environmental insustainability. So despite the relationship between crypto trade and environmental sustainability is addressed, this research focuses on the ignored role of the environment in forecasting the cryptocurrency returns. Most of previous research dealt with the environmental effects of cryptocurrency trades. In our study, we will go the other way around, and so we will investigate the role of the environment in predicting the cryptocurrency returns. So we argue that environmental variables such as temperature anomalies and CO2 emissions have a negative impact of cryptocurrencies returns. So first, relying on considerations of investor sentiment, some researchers posed that sustainable investors might accelerate the process of buying stocks of sustainable firms to reward them and divest stocks from conventional firms to punish them when their awareness to environmental issues increase. So second, an increase of public environmental attention might grow the environmental awareness of some more traditional investors and convince them to also develop preferences for sustainable stocks. So this was a result of Elwood Geary et al. In 2021. So this is a very recent study. Third, the empirical researches show that public attentions have negative effect on returns of conventional stock indices. Okay, supporting the view that investors develop preferences for sustainable stocks when their awareness to environmental issues increase. So according to Krauss and Toleimet, in 2018, as I said, they investigated the environmental issues of cryptocurrency trades. So the environmental issues related to cryptocurrency trade become the source of public awareness. So in sum, posit that public attention to climate change and pollution have negative effects on the returns of cryptocurrencies. So in other words, asset managers are trying to balance the possible negative environmental effect of cryptocurrency with the money it can possibly earn investors. So these asset managers are becoming increasingly aware of crypto's sustainability issues. So for our predictive exercise, we use a predictive regression model as a benchmark in which we predict future returns using two predictors. The first one is the gold, and the second one is oil price. So these are two commodities that we use to predict the future returns of cryptocurrencies. Second, we use a model based on environmental variables. So we predict the future returns of cryptocurrencies using the temperature anomalies and CO2 emissions. And then we consider an augmented model, so in which we include the commodities variables and the environmental variables. So we come out with a model with four predictors, so gold, WTI, temperatures, and CO2 emissions. So to test for no predictability, so we test the null hypothesis for each model. So for the first model, the benchmark beta gold is equal to beta WT. For the second model, beta temperature is equal to beta CO2 emission. So here the return is not in the right place. Okay, so we just test the equality of betas. Okay, this is like a T-post, and then we test the no predictability in the augmented model by testing the equality of or the joint insignificance of all the betas in the model. Okay, so to estimate our model, we consider two estimators. First, we consider the OLS as estimator, and then we consider the pooled respective versions of equations 1, 2, 3. So the pooled estimation imposes that beta I gold is equal to some constant, like the average beta bar gold. The same for the other slope parameters. Okay, for all i's, accounting for cryptocurrency specific effect. So this is like one of the advantages of the pooled estimator. We also calculate the t-statistics based on standard errors computed using the GMM procedure that accounts for heteroscedasticity and contemporaneous correlation between crypto returns. So we check the causality direction between our variables using the Granger causality test. Okay, using also lagged returns of the own cryptocurrency and also of other cryptocurrencies. So in this paper, we consider four cryptocurrencies, so two volatile cryptocurrencies and two stable cryptocurrencies. So we consider Bitcoin and Ethereum for the volatile cryptocurrencies, and Tether and True USDs as stable currencies. So we calculate p-values to run the following tests. Okay, so we test the null hypothesis that beta ij is equal to 0 against the alternative beta ij positive number. Okay, so positive beta ij indicate an adjustment delays in crypto I prices to information relevant for crypto I contained in crypto j price movement. So we test this null hypothesis against the alternative for all parameters in our model to test the Granger causality. Then we continue with an out-of-sample forecast. Okay, so we test the out-of-sample predictability of environmental-based model relative to 3 benchmarks. So when I say environmental-based model, this means a model which include the environmental variables. So we will test the out-of-sample predictability or superiority of our environmental model against 3 benchmarks. The first one is the constant expected return model, which is written as the expected or the future return of cryptocurrency I is equal to a constant term plus constant term plus an error term. The second benchmark is the autoregressive process. So this means that the future returns of cryptocurrency I is a function of its 1 period lagged return, and we test the superiority of the environmental model over the commodity model, and the commodity model includes the gold and oil price as predictors. Okay, so for that we compute the mean squared forecast error adjusted statistic of Clark and West. Okay, that they introduced in the literature in 2007. We also compute the out-of-sample R squared. Okay, to test the null hypothesis R squared is equal to 0 against positive R squared. Okay, so rejection of the null indicates that the competing model has a lower mean squared forecast error than the baseline model. Okay, so coming to the results of our model. So here we can see that for the four considered cryptocurrencies, okay, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, and True USDs. So all the environmental variables, all the commodities variables are not significant. So we can see the T statistics for all the estimates, and we can see that the T statistics are lower than the critical values, and so these commodities are not predictive of the future return of cryptocurrencies. The same for the pooled estimation. Okay, so the T statistics are not significant. With the environmental model, so for Bitcoin, we can see that an increase of CO2 emission leads to a decrease of Bitcoin returns. Okay, so the R squared is significant with a high T statistic. For the Ethereum, we also see that an increase of CO2 emission will reduce the return of Ethereum. Okay, here we find that temperature is weakly significant. Okay, so it is significant at the 10% level. For Tether and True USDs, which are stable currencies, so we can see that environmental variables, so both temperature and CO2 emissions, are insignificant. Now, when we consider the augmented model, so it is the model that includes the lagged returns of commodities variables and environmental variables, we can see that our results remain robust. Okay, so here for Bitcoin and Ethereum, we can see that the CO2 emission, when it increases, it reduces the returns of Bitcoin and Ethereum. So CO2 emissions and temperature are not predictive of the future return of Tether and True USDs. So here we can conclude that the environment or CO2 emission reduce the future returns of volatile cryptocurrencies, which are Bitcoin and Ethereum, and it does not predict the future returns of stable currencies, cryptocurrencies, okay, Tether and True USDs. So the results of the Granger causality test. So here we can see that Tether causes Bitcoin, and CO2 emissions so cause Bitcoin. The same, so CO2 emission causes Ethereum returns. CO2 emissions causes gold returns. Okay, but in this paper we focus on these two numbers. Okay, CO2 emissions causes the returns of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay, but CO2 emission does not cause the returns of Tether and True USD. So this confirms our previous findings. Okay, now when we come to the result of the out of sample forecast, so we can see here that we reject the null hypothesis of null R squared. Okay, and so our conclusion, so for the three benchmark models we considered, so the constant model, the autoregressive model, and the commodities model. So here the rejection of the null hypothesis indicates that the environmental model is superior, okay, to the benchmark models. So this is the case for the Bitcoin returns. It is also the case for the prediction of Ethereum returns. Okay. However, for Tether and True USDs, we cannot, or the test fails to reject the null hypothesis of null R squared. Okay, so this means that the environmental model or the environment-based model does not predict the Tether returns and the True USD returns better than the three considered benchmarks. So for the practical implications based on our results, so our estimation results are relevant for public policy in order to contribute to sustainable development, including mitigation of climate change and pollution. So since public attention to environmental issues has a negative effect on the returns of cryptocurrencies, at least indirectly, it is important to reinforce this public attention, for example, by additional information campaigns. So encouraging the investment in eco-friendly technology for crypto trade and enforce green energy management in information technology houses. Okay, so this was my presentation for my first paper. So thank you for your attention. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, so welcome again to my second presentation. So this paper is titled An Analysis of OPEC Oil Production Reaction to Non-OPEC Oil Supply. So this paper is co-authored with Khalid Kiswani from the Gulf University for Science and Technology in Kuwait and Dr. Salma Mftahwali from ENSCON' Business School in France. Okay, so we know that oil price drivers are mainly supply and demand, but these two drivers of oil price, they in turn depend on other variables. So for example, they depend on the economic events such as the US recessions that happened in 1990, 1991 and 2001, the Asian financial crisis in 1997, 1998, and the global financial crisis in 2008-2009. They also depend on geopolitical events, for example, the 1973 Arab oil embargo and the 1980 Iran-Iraq war, the 1990 Gulf War. Okay, recent collapse in WT prices in spring 2020 is the cumulative result of economic and geopolitical events. Recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused restriction and containment measures that cause a drop in consumption and sudden slowdown in the global economy. So this, or the plummeting global demand for oil led to fracturing between the two largest oil exporters, which are Saudi Arabia and Russia, who failed to reach an agreement on production cuts that exacerbate the crisis. Saudi Arabia cuts the price of its oil and decides to increase its production to force Russia to return to negotiating with OPEC countries. So the latest oil crisis, and since then, shed light on the role played by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, the OPEC organization, in oil markets. So OPEC member countries produce about 40% of the world's crude oil, and their exports represent about 60% of the total petroleum traded internationally, according to the Energy Information Administration in the US. So OPEC actions have a huge influence on international oil prices, depending upon how many barrels per day the group will sell on the world oil market. OPEC has an international oil producing cartel, plays a considerable role in determining global oil supplies that influence oil prices. So these organizations, OPEC organization, influence the oil price in the long run and in the medium run. So according to this al. 2007, Frondel and Horvath 2019, these authors find OPEC production quota and the OPEC ability to add production capacity influence oil price. So the previous questions allows us to ask two important questions. So the first one is about the OPEC decisions about the production level on oil prices. And the second question is about the response of OPEC oil production to non-OPEC oil supply, which is the focus of this paper. So in contrast to OPEC oil production, which is subject to central coordination, non-OPEC producers are independent in their decisions about oil production. Also, non-OPEC producers tend to reduce at or near full capacity and so have little spare capacity. So if global demand for oil falls, non-OPEC suppliers will continue to produce at their maximum potential. Okay, to defend the target price, OPEC members would call for production cuts. So this is one of the reactions of the OPEC countries to an increase of the production of oil from non-OPEC countries and together with fall of demands. So the coordination and cooperation between OPEC and non-OPEC is required to ensure that the world's rising demand is met in a full, timely, and stable manner. So other things being equal, when non-OPEC members decrease their supply levels, the global supply drops, leading to an upward pressure on prices. So in our literature review, we will show how important is the reaction of OPEC or the link between OPEC production and non-OPEC production. So in a supply-demand framework, the oil price is determined by OPEC and non-OPEC supplies. The OPEC production level is indirectly determined by non-OPEC production level. So again, this and al. in 2007 explained that OPEC played the role of the marginal producer during the 1986-2000 period. They indicate that non-OPEC production is inelastic to changes in price and that OPEC decisions about production impact oil prices. Also, Barros et al. In 2011 explained that the global demand for oil, along with the production associated with non-OPEC oil producers, which shows the OPEC's ability to influence price, is dependent on market participants' expectations in the futures market. Barros et al. In 2011 also report that by the early of 1980s, the non-OPEC countries created pressures on OPEC through their production increase. Also, Golombek et al. In 2018 argued that the gap between OPEC and non-OPEC is narrowing in terms of real cost, creating more pressures on OPEC policies and production plans. The authors show that production levels from non-OPEC countries increased over the last 2 decades, forcing OPEC's market share to stay steady at 40% since 1992. So production of non-OPEC countries might have affected the market power of OPEC. And Al-Rosan et al. In 2018 show that the effect of non-OPEC sources on global oil production strengthened over time. Okay, so some authors find that non-OPEC production affected OPEC production during the 1974-1996, but not through the 1997-2012 period. So this shows that the reaction of OPEC to non-OPEC oil production is dynamic. It could vary over time. Okay, so the contribution of our paper is twofold. So first, the object of this paper is to examine the impact of non-OPEC supply on the distribution of OPEC production over the last decades. And we investigate the long and short-run associations between OPEC and non-OPEC production using the quantile analysis. So our contribution is twofold. First, we examine the long and short-run interactions between OPEC and non-OPEC oil production as a direct association between or using quantile analysis through the quantile autoregressive distributed lag model. And our study covers a long period that includes the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so our period goes from 1993 to 2020, which includes, as I said, global economic events such as the Asian financial crisis, the mortgage crisis, and the recent outbreak of COVID-19. So here we use monthly OPEC and non-OPEC oil production expressed in 1,000 barrels per day, WTI oil price expressed in USD. The sample period covers the period 1993 to March 2020, and the data source is the Energy Information Administration in the US. So we first checked the quantile causality between our variables using the quantile causality test. So to test the null hypothesis of no causality at all quantiles against the alternative that at least at one quantile there is causality between the variables. Okay, then once we check our causality between variables, we estimate the quantile autoregressive distributed lag model having these equations. So in this model, we model the OPEC oil production, okay, at different quantiles of the distribution of the OPEC oil supply. So here we have rho theta, which is the speed of adjustment parameter. The betas are the long run parameters, and all the other parameters indicate short run parameters. So the advantages of this model, of the quantile autoregressive distributed lag model, are so it has many advantages over competing models. So it allows measuring the long and short run influence of non-OPEC oil supply on OPEC oil production while controlling for the effect of WTI prices. It also tests for the distributional asymmetric influence of non-OPEC oil supply on OPEC oil production. It also allows to detect how some percentiles of the OPEC production react more or less importantly to non-OPEC supply. And then we use a wall test to statistically test for the short-run and long-run asymmetric effect of non-OPEC oil supply on OPEC oil production. So here we start by plotting the dynamics of OPEC and non-OPEC oil production. So in blue, we have the curve that represents the non-OPEC oil production dynamics, and in red, the OPEC oil production dynamics. So here, over the period, we can see that the OPEC production decreased in 1998-2000, in 2001, in 2006, and in 2009, which corresponds to the global financial crisis. It also decreased in 2011 and 2013. So in contrast, non-OPEC production has been growing from or over the whole period, and hence seems less reflective of economic turbulences occurred during the study period. So after having examined the dynamics of our variables, we have to check whether our variables are stationary or not. So one requirement of the quantile Airedale model and Airedale type model in general is that all variables should be integrated of order 1 at most. Okay, so here we performed two unit root tests. So the first one is the Zivot-Andrews test, which accounts for structure breaks in the dynamics of the time series. And the second one is the Nyren-Pop test of unit root, which accounts for heteroscedasticity in the variables. So according to the two tests, we can see that the level variables are not stationary, and the first differentiated variables are stationary, which indicates that the three variables considered in these studies are integrated of order 1, okay, which meets the requirement of the Q-Airedale model. So then we performed the linear Granger causality test. So here we can see, according to the results, that the null hypothesis that non-OPEC oil production does not Granger cause OPEC oil production is rejected at the 5% level. And OPEC production does not Granger cause non-OPEC production. This null hypothesis is not rejected, so which means that there is an unidirectional causality running from non-OPEC oil production to OPEC oil production. So the correlation between OPEC and non-OPEC oil production is 0.87, which is a high correlation, and it is positive. So to check whether this linear result is checked at all quantiles of the distribution oil production, we performed the quantile Granger causality test, and we see, according to the results, that non-OPEC oil production causes OPEC oil productions at all quantiles, okay, at different levels of significance, but at the extreme high quantiles, so the quantile 0.9 and 0.95, the test fails to reject the null hypothesis of no causality. Again, we tested the quantile Granger causality of WTI on oil production, on OPEC oil production, and the results are similar to those obtained with non-OPEC oil production. So meaning that WTI causes OPEC oil production at all quantiles, but at the at very high extreme quantiles. So here we can see that according to the estimation results of the parameters of the quantile Airedale model, here, so it is required that the speed of adjustment parameter, it should be negative and significant. And we can see that this requirement is met only at the two lowest quantiles, which are 0.05 and 0.1. Also, the non-OPEC oil production has a positive significant influence on the OPEC production starting from the quantiles 0.1. WTI has a long-run effect and positive effect also on the OPEC oil production between the quantiles 0.1 and 0.6. Okay, it is not significant for the quantiles 0.05 and for quantiles higher than 0.6. Okay, so we can see also that the contemporaneous level of oil production, of OPEC oil production, depends only on 6 period lagged level of OPEC oil production. Okay, so this effect is positive and significant at the lowest quantiles. Okay, at quantiles running from 0.05 to 0.2. Okay, so in this graph. So coming to the short-run effect of non-OPEC oil production on OPEC oil production, so we can see that at different lags, Okay, the influence is not significant up to lag 5, but up to lag 4, sorry, but at lag 5, non-OPEC oil production has a negative and significant influence on the OPEC oil production, okay, at oil, let's say at low and middle quantiles. So from quantile 0.05 to quantile 0.6. Okay, this is the same. This is the same for lag 7. We can see here that the non-OPEC oil production is negatively significant. Okay, on OPEC oil production at quantiles 0.1 to 0.6. For the oil price, so it has a positive and significant impact on oil. On OPEC oil production at quantiles, okay, from 0.7 to 0.95. Okay, this effect is positive and significant for quantiles, as I said, from 0.7 to 0.95. So after having estimated the parameters of the QARDL model, we now perform the wall test to check for the asymmetric effect of non-OPEC oil production on OPEC oil production. So we can see here that the speed of adjustment parameter so it remains stable over the considered quantiles. Non-OPEC oil production has a symmetric effect on OPEC oil production, okay, in the long run. However, WTI prices, okay, impact or have an asymmetric effect on OPEC oil production in the long run. Okay, previous or past values of or past levels of OPEC productions influence the current level of OPEC oil production in a asymmetric manner. Okay, at lag 2, at lag 4, and at lag that's it. 2 lags, okay, and the OPEC, the non-OPEC oil production has an asymmetric contemporaneous effect on OPEC oil production. So this means that OPEC oil production reacts immediately to contemporaneous level of non-OPEC oil production. The same result applies for the effect of oil price on the OPEC oil production. So the main goal of our paper was to investigate the quantile interaction between OPEC and non-OPEC oil production in both the short and the long run over the period 1993 to 2020 month 3, okay, using monthly data. The methodology we used is the quantile autoregressive distributed lag model of Coe et al. That published this paper in the Journal of Econometrics in 2015. The contribution of our paper, so as far as we know, this is the first attempt to examine the OPEC and non-OPEC oil production association using the quantile regression model to co-integration. So our findings could be summarized as follows. So increase in non-OPEC production causes OPEC production to increase in the long run at all quantiles but the lowest quantile, 0.05. Increase in non-OPEC production causes OPEC production to decrease in the short run at different lags. Non-OPEC production exerts symmetric impact on OPEC production in the long run, and it exerts an asymmetric impact on OPEC production in the short run. So growth in OPEC oil production can be predicted by growth in non-OPEC oil productions, which is an implication of our results. So here, several policy implications could be learned from our paper and from our results. So OPEC countries should incorporate the lagged effect of non-OPEC oil supply in their production function in order to project their future production or discussing quotas among their members. Second, OPEC needs to consider that the non-OPEC countries are subject to difficulties that are interconnected with the economic, political, and legislative constraints of oil production. Third, OPEC might consider the heterogeneity in decision-making by the non-OPEC countries regarding their oil production plans. Fourth, as non-OPEC production has symmetric effect on OPEC oil production, OPEC members should consider different defensive plans when considering the world market share. It is also important for OPEC members to be aware of the fact that many decisions regarding adjusting the quota production are specific to each country and also depend on the operational capacity of each member, which in turn is affected by the standing capital structure it has. The interaction between OPEC and non-OPEC countries in both the long and short run requires both sides to consider the risks of oil disruption that could end up increasing the cost of production. More policy implications. So OPEC needs to realize that in the last decade, it is facing serious threat in terms of its market share. OPEC has to design new strategies that diverge from just controlling the production levels, as lately such policy shows a temporary effect, especially that the new advances in the technology adopted in oil extraction has over time reduced the operating costs substantially in many non-OPEC countries. So the need of continuous cooperation between OPEC and non-OPEC countries for the sake of the oil market stability and world growth continuity. Lastly, our findings are useful for OPEC's de facto leader, Saudi Arabia, that in the meeting of OPEC in March 2021 has publicly encouraged allied partners to remain extremely cautious on production policy, warning the group against complacency as it seeks to ensure a full oil market recovery. Okay, so this was my presentation of the second paper. Thank you for your attention.
morning. Well, I'm Ala Solomon from Leeds Beckett University, and today I'm presenting two papers. I'm starting with the first one, Energy Price, Bitcoins, and Geopolitical Risk Dependence Structure Relationship Implication for Portfolio Diversification Evidence from BRICS. This study examines the relationship between geopolitical risk, energy price, and Bitcoins. The study investigates the co-movements between these mentioned variables to investigate the co-movements between geopolitical risk, energy price, Bitcoin in extreme market conditions. I mean, previous studies have focused on the impact of geopolitical risk on the volatility and risk premium of Bitcoin's investments. However, it's very limited. Studies have focused on integrating Bitcoins as an extension of the mix of geopolitical risk and the co-movement with energy price. The current pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, has created unprecedented uncertainties across world economies. During the pandemic, Bitcoins is increasingly booming. It's becoming an important financial instrument used by investors and hedge funds managers to manage sometimes investment risk. I mean, there is a monetary phenomenon in the rate at which Bitcoin prices has increased during the current pandemic, was an all-time high that it has reached 2 days ago, over $68,000, and this has generated interest in the role of Bitcoins as a tool for portfolio investment and portfolio diversification in investment in particular. I mean, several studies have examined the association between energy price and other financial assets. I mean, like various studies explore the conditional dependence between oil price and equity price co-movement and the association between geopolitical uncertainties, carbon price and oil price. However, these attempts stopped short of considering the hypothetical association between geopolitical uncertainties, energy price, and Bitcoins. I mean, very little is known about how geopolitical risks, uncertainties, and energy price movements lead to Bitcoin's price fluctuations and how this association could possibly impact portfolio diversification strategies in BRIC nations or BRIC countries. I mean, the motivation behind this project and why it is significant into current knowledge, to wider knowledge, current academic knowledge. I mean, the recent sharp rise in oil prices and the sharp increase in Bitcoin prices has created attention of investors on the possibility of Bitcoins or as an investment options. The association between political risk, oil price fluctuations, and Bitcoin is still not quite appreciated in the current literature, and the empirical evidence is still indecisive on that relationship. I mean, our study contributes to the related literature in a way that it investigates the relationship between geopolitical risk, energy price, and Bitcoins. I mean, it investigates the co-movements between these variables to find out if these variables co-move together in extreme market condition. It investigates the Bitcoins as an extension of the mix of geopolitical risk on the co-movement with energy price. I mean, the full appreciation of the co-movements among Bitcoin's geopolitical risk and oil price is valuable in assessing the prospect of alternative hedging strategies and hedging approaches. The outcome of this study could potentially have substantial influence on decision making for both hedge funds and institutional investors in general, as well as economic and financial policies. Okay, the literature on the co-movements and the dependence structure between the different types of energy and assets is really huge. However, the existing studies in the field of energy economics research area are mostly leaned towards investigating the joint dynamics between the different types of non-renewable energy using different econometric techniques. I mean, Bitcoins cannot be dismissed in the analysis as one of the key assets for portfolio diversification with integration of geopolitical risk in its co-movement. I mean, literature has presented evidence. I mean, for example, Caladara 2018, Antokanesis 2017, Liberion and Caravans 2019, both presented that in both developed and developing countries, geopolitical risk negatively impact oil prices and stock markets. Calandaranis 2015 and Chaudhry 2010 shared similar opinion, suggesting that one possible explanation for this is that in condition of volatility and uncertainty, not only global oil prices or markets are adversely affected, but also consumer confidence and the state of long-term expectations, which further drive the financial markets down. However, there remains needs to investigate how these same geopolitical risk affects Bitcoins as a portfolio diversification. I mean, Solomon and Nasir in 2019 examined the short and medium run dependence across oil price, emission price, and global economic uncertainties. Their study attempted to identify the dependence structure between oil price, natural gas price, and global geopolitical uncertainty, but their findings suggest that the dependence structure across the GPRs and oil prices is time and frequency varying. In a similar study, we saw in 2019 explore the relationship between geopolitical risk, but cannot. I mean, they found that the study looked at the relationship between geopolitical risk and oil price, but found that the low geopolitical risk cannot lead to an immediate decline in energy prices. I mean, there is a growing strand or new strand of literature on analyzing a global geopolitical risk or GPRs and Bitcoin investment by like Isan in 2019, Elibori in 2020. However, the dependent structure and co-movements between geopolitical risk and oil prices, as well as Bitcoin, is still not fully grasped, and the current empirical results are still unconvincing with need for further study. So the question still needs to be answered is whether geopolitical risk is factored in the oil pricing mechanism as well as Bitcoin prices. I mean, the recent fluctuations in oil and gas prices had considerable geopolitical effects and widely believed to be destabilizing economies, or at least some economies. I mean, what seems unclear is whether geopolitical risk uncertainty is a significant factor in oil price and Bitcoin price movements. And equally of central importance, whether Bitcoin prices fluctuations are possible geopolitical undermining factors in BRIC nation economies. Okay, data. The analysis is based on monthly data of geopolitical risk index for BRICS, Brent oil future, natural gas futures, and Bitcoins, obviously, covering the period between March 2012 and June 2021. We investigate the connectedness and temporal dependence structure between the response variables like oil and natural gas energy returns and the predictor variables like GPRs, index, and Bitcoin returns. I mean, through adopting the framework of Bayesian's graphical structural vector autoregressive or BGS VAR model. The BGS VAR model is utilized in our study so that the issues such as misidentification of the model and implausible restrictions assumption are mitigated. Building upon the work of Bori in 2018, we forecast oil and natural gas energy return with GBR index of X and the Bitcoin return. All right, empirical results and discussions. The 30-day rolling window estimates are derived from the sample period between March, as I said, 2012 and June 2021. The Bayesian information criteria, BIC, scores of the multivariate autoregressive, the MAR, and the multivariate instantaneous MIN. Dependent structure are reported, as you see in figure 1 in front of you. The BIs of the contemporaneous dependent structures, as you can see, the BI scores of the MAR structures are significantly smaller than that of the main structure, indicating that MAR dependence offer a better representation of the temporal dependence over MIN. Yeah. Figure 2 represents the percentage of all lengths of MAR structure, which is computed as a change in the predictor variables to response to variables in the MAR structures. As you can see in the figure 2 in front of you, 2015 turns out to be the year with the highest interconnectedness in the sample size, sample period, amounted to approximately 0.43. And interestingly, you also find empirical evidence of a gradual increase of interconnectedness since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Table 3 shows the results of the MAR structure between oil, gas, together with 6 predictors of GPRs and Bitcoins. We can see that the current level of oil returns depend on the previous level of GPR from South Africa, Brazil, as well as the Bitcoin market. Also, the current level of gas dependence on the previous level of Bitcoin market. Okay, we present the results of the MAR structure for all variables in table 4. It can be seen that the results are consistent with the robust. So on the figure, in addition, we found that the current level of Bitcoins retained depends on the previous level of GPR in 2 countries, namely Brazil and Russia. Okay, in conclusion, as I mentioned, I mean, it's probably I didn't mention was that this is unfinished project, so we're still working on it. So the research project provide useful empirical evidence for assessing the impact of both Bitcoin and geopolitical risk on energy prices. Nonetheless, it will also be informative about the likelihood of co-movements occurring at different stages. Means the full appreciation of the co-movements among Bitcoin's geopolitical risk or GBR and oil prices is valuable in assessing the prospect of alternative hedging approaches, hedging strategies, and the outcome of the study, hopefully, if once we completely finish the study or the project, could actually potentially have substantial influence on decision making for both hedging or hedge funds and institutional investors in general, as well as economic and financial policies. Okay, that's all for the first paper. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to the second one. I don't know if you can see that one. Can you see that one? Yeah? Okay. All right. I'll just try to from beginning. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right. So okay. This is the same as a project. Is I'm presenting today is unfinished project with both Professor Marco Low and Dongana Zhang of Teesside University, UK. The same as the other one. The first one I presented also with the 2 professors. This is a project of the study examines the short and medium run dependence structure across carbon emission price, commodity futures, equity price, and global economic uncertainty in BRICS countries. I would start with giving a brief background of the project, the motivation behind the project, and why we think it is significant in terms of its contribution to current knowledge on capturing the economic uncertainty in the relationship. I mean, looking at the wider context of global economic policy uncertainty and how it interacts or connects with emission, commodity future, and equity prices. I mean, changes in commodity prices can have significant effects on households, on firms, which indicates that movements in commodity markets can have more weight on the wider economies than movements in the equity markets, which normally proven or evidence in the current literature. The weak dependence between commodity markets and equity markets is still not fully appreciated in the literature, and the current empirical evidence is still inconclusive in that. So our project is an attempt to provide a deeper understanding of the dependent structure between commodity futures, emission price, and equity price when global economic policy is considered. Unlike most studies that analyze the co-movements between commodity and equity price using EPU index, we use GEPU index instead to capture the global economic policy uncertainty. Okay, to sum up, I would say that our project contributes to the existing literature in two ways. With methodology, we are adapting, which is based on the testing methods developed by Diebold and Yilmaz 2012 to investigate the dependent structure between commodity emission and equity prices in BRICS. And the second contribution of our study is in addressing the shortcoming in the current literature. This project, our project, identifies the strengths of the dependence structure between commodity emission and equity prices by adopting a different approach for measuring economic policy uncertainty, unlike the other studies, as I said. I will go very briefly through some of the development in the area, the volatility of commodity prices during the crisis in global financial markets generated considerable interest in commodity investments as an alternative financial assets for portfolio diversification, with the prospect of high returns, diversification benefits for hedging, and also for hedging for inflation and economic uncertainty. Theory predicts no common factor actually driving equity and commodity markets. An argument in favor of diversification benefits of commodity future, which is basically advocating for the project we are doing, or we are still working on. The phenomenon of the so-called Dutch disease model attributed by Gordon and Neary in 1982 gave a rather different interpretation of the commodity and equity price dependency structure. A booming commodity markets put upward pressure on the exchange rate. In fact, a booming commodity markets can have an effect on the wider economy in two ways. One is the resource movement effect. That's when in which flourishing commodity markets cause an increase in the marginal product of labor, or MPL, in the commodity sector, pushing the real wage up and causing a labor movements from other tradable sectors into the commodity sectors. And the second effect was caused the spending effect, in which the rise in real wage and income due to the increase or the upswing in commodity markets lead to a fall in output in the industry sector, like the tradable sector, as goods become less competitive in international trade, but also leads to an increase in spending on non-tradable, like financial assets, like real assets, like houses and so on. So, of course, all this as a result of the capital inflow. Now, the question remains unanswered: is that if this model, theoretically justified, what that implies in terms of commodity and equity price structure dependence, and in terms of portfolio diversification. I mean, Chang and 2013 and Erb and Hervey 26 argues that commodity futures are an alternative financial investment aimed at diversifying risk for portfolio diversification. Their arguments are also in line with the findings of Hamoudi in 2014 that there is a weak positive correlation between commodity and equity markets. I mean, the work of Gonzalez and Bidraz in 2015 and Delete and Lopez 2013 provide clear evidence for tail dependence between commodity and equity markets in examining the dependence structure between the two markets. But the implication of the Dutch disease phenomena cannot underestimate the importance of other factors, such as price, stock, and other economic disturbances, such as economic uncertainty. The analysis is based on daily costs of energy commodities like crude oil, natural gas, and major commodity or metal commodities like silver, platinum, gold, copper, and coming from NYMEX. We also consider stock market indices in BRICS. We use GEPU index to capture the global economic policy uncertainty. I mean, all data spans period from January the 3rd, 2008 to October the 31st, 2017. The chosen sample period covers a number of major financial turning points from the Second Gulf War to the financial crisis in 2007, 2008, and also the US-Chinese trade war, and also Brexit, which started in 2017. We start by employing the connectedness measurement methodology proposed by, as I said before, by Diebold and Yilmaz 2012 to investigate the network relationship between GPU, energy commodities, major metal commodities, and stock market indices of BRICS. So we also provide the visualization of net total directional connectedness and network connectedness plot, which both demonstrate that the directional spillovers between different commodity markets and GEPU of BRICS. I'm not going to go through the econometric framework in detail, given the limited time I'm allowed for this presentation. So I would rather move on to present the results straight away. Here you go, the results. Table 1 presents the Diebold and Yilmaz 2012 dynamic connectedness based on the forecast error variance decomposition of vector autoregression VAR model with a lag length of 1 and forecast horizon of 10. We can see here on table 1 the total spillovers index for the system of energy, GPU, commodity, and stock is around 32.19%, means that more than a third of the forecast error variances are due to spillovers effects between different markets of energy, commodity stocks, and GPU. The contribution of the Russian index, MOAX, to natural gas price return is the highest, amounting to 1.41%. We also can see that GEPU of Russia, which is 0.62%, and South Africa, 0.66%, has the largest impact on natural gas, while India and South Africa contribute equally to the oil commodities. As for the ETS, which is the emission price, GEPU of China plays the most important role comparing with other BRIC countries. Also, the contribution of the silver commodity to oil prices, which is around 1.87, is the highest among other commodities and markets. For gold price, Brent crude oil return contribute to the largest, about 3.57%. As for the stock market indices, in BRICS, oil prices have the largest contribution to the South Africa index, which is around 2.03%. Figure 1 illustrates the net total directional connectedness for each entity in the system. It can be clearly seen that the crude oil commodity has the largest net contribution to the network, consists of energy, GEPU, metals, and stocks, which is consistent with the last row of table 1, which I showed you a few moments ago, that shows that the net directional spillover from the oil to system is around 18.12%. Right, as you can see from figure 2, that shows the plot of network connectedness, where blue, yellow knots illustrate net transmitter or receiver of shocks. Figure 2 demonstrates that the greatest net pairwise copper, that can also be found from table 1, which is around between the directional connectedness between oil and copper is around 10.95%. Comparing with energy commodities such natural gas, oil has much more evident net pairwise spillover effects to metal commodities. GEPU of BRICS countries, we can see from figure 2 that China, India, Russia, and Brazil all have positive net pairwise directional connectedness transmitted to South Africa. Right, the VAR connectedness between energy regressions at 10%, 50%, and 90% based on ANDU to 2018 work presented in the table in front of you, table 2. Specifically, we can see from this table the contribution of GEPU from South Africa to gas and oil is the greatest among the BRICS countries at low quantile, amounting to 0.6 and 0.68. Whilst Brazil GEPU 0.51%, China GEPU 0.46 has the largest spillover effects transmitted to ETS. Table 2 also reveals that China GEPU has the highest net total spillover in the system, which is in line with the results shown in the other figure of net directional total connectedness. Okay, figure 4, table 4, if you like, further demonstrates that the network connectedness measured by net pairwise directional spillover are much more active and interconnected comparing with the traditional dynamic connectedness in figure 2 that I showed you before. Okay, conclusions. Here we go. Okay. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, it's an unfinished project, so we are working still on evaluating the time domain frequency connectedness, followed the work of Barnick and Kerhalik in 2018. Well, in conclusion, we find that the total spillover index in the long term of 180 days and above is about around 23.51%, which is significantly higher than the total spillover index, that is 13.86 in the short term of 1 to 10 days. This suggests that commodities, GEPU, and stock markets of BRICS tend to have more pronounced spillovers to energy commodities in the longer term. In particular, we found that in the short term, India GEPU has the largest contribution to natural gas and oil, whereas Brazil contributes the greatest to ETS or to emission price. Interestingly, the contribution of India GEPU to natural gas and energy, to emission price, which is ETS, is the highest among BRICS in the long term as well. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. That's it.
afternoon. I'm Lillian Lee, and I'm an accounting and finance PhD student at Leeds Beckett University. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to share this study on the impact of the Paris Agreement on the financing strategy of the global FPSO industry with you. As we all know, climate change is a known issue since the early 1980s and has escalated to be the most critical risk of our time, affecting the survivorship of not only businesses, but humanity. Calls for actions has intensified over the decades, with governments entering into treaties and pledges to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, starting with the Kyoto Protocol in 1995 and subsequently the Paris Agreement in 2015. Based on these treaties and calls for actions, we would expect shifts from the conventional energy industries to renewables. And with this shift, a reduction in government and financial institutions approving and financing such projects. However, with the increasing demand for energy worldwide and the slow transition towards green energy, the oil and gas sector still remains and continues to be a key provider of energy. Against this backdrop, and in line with the central theme of this year's Technological Forecasting and Social Change Special Issue, we present this study on the impact of the Paris Climate Agreement on the financing strategies of the global FPSO industry. We wanted to understand if the pledge made in COP21 by the 197 countries had made any difference in the FPSO industry, specifically the contractor segment of the FPSOs, which relies significantly on external financing. We looked at what are the key determinants of capital structure and how they are affected with the ratification of COP21. To the best of our knowledge, there's limited or no specific literature on the financing structures of the FPSO industry. Most studies conducted have been on the oil and gas sector as a whole or based on international or national oil companies. Before we move on to present our findings, please let me share with you a brief overview of what is an FPSO and the industry. An FPSO is a vessel, usually a converted tanker or a new build with hydrocarbon processing, equipment, crude oil storage, offloading systems, and personnel living quarters. They are normally leased to national and international oil companies. The first FPSO was in 1977 and was the Castilian FPSO operating in the Spanish Mediterranean. While an FPSO is designed for a specific field, it can be relocated to another but will require first to be refurbished, converted with changes to, for example, equipment and mooring systems. However, the amount of work required would depend on the FPSO age and the differences in the field. Regulatory regimes and local content requirements will also play a role in this. Generally, new builds will cost around $2.5 to $3 billion, while conversions are between 1.5 to 2 billion US dollars. However, relocation conversions can be done for under less than 1 billion. Now, just for an illustration, this illustration shows an FPSO, its mooring system, and subsea layout. It also shows the shuttle tanker for offloading, as well as the various equipments on board, example, the helideck, accommodation, and processing equipment. Now, as of 1st July 2021, the ownership within the industry is relatively equally split between contractors and operators, with operators being oilfield owners. Global spends was around US dollars 13 billion in 2019, and this is predicted to reach 17 billion by 2027. Over the next 5 years, the projected spend is expected to be over 60 billion US dollars, with approximately 36 vessels on order, of which more than half will be in Brazil and Guyana. At present, 90% of the FPSOs in service today are located in Brazil, West Africa, Southeast Asia, Northern Europe, China, and Australia, with the remaining 10% spread across the Gulf of Mexico, Eastern Canada, Southwest Asia, and the Mediterranean. During the last 10 years, there has been an average of 8 FPSO per order, And based on past experience, it is expected that around 20% of new projects will use redeployed FPSOs. As of July 2021, there are 212 FPSOs, including those on order, which is 27 units. Now, linking it to our study, environmental risk is core to the oil and gas industry, which is challenging and both complex to manage. It affects the nature and pricing of the oil and gas projects. However, the FPSO industry's experience to changing environments and cost pressures, technologies, and etc. Most financial institutions active in financing the industry are adopters of the Equator Principles and are thence accustomed to assessing and managing environmental risk. The Equator Principles, the risk management framework launched in 2003, providing minimum guidelines to support environmental and socially responsible financing by financial institutions. So considering both the Paris Agreement and the Equator Principles, external financing for oil and gas projects would be costlier due to reduced financing sources or stringent requirements, hence a negative impact on leverage. Data-wise, from our study, we used the top 6 major globally listed FPSO contractors for the period between 2000 and 2019. This represents 72% of the FPSO contractor segment. We have applied a panel-based regression with firm-year fixed effects to assess the impact of COP21 and in the robustness checks. Data sources were from financial data were from Thomson Reuters data stream, where all data are annual and expressed in US dollars, macroeconomic data from various sources such as Federal Reserves and the World Bank. The key determinants that we used were profitability, size, growth, asset tangibility, and these are the determinants recommended by Rajan and Zingels. Supplementary variables were related to other variables or factors deemed relevant to the capital structure of the FPSO contractors, as well as based on other observable factors influenced by Dorbes for shipping industry, Franken-Goyle, and Lemon et al. For leverage, we have used 4 different measures. The primary measure is the ratio of total debt to total assets, and the remaining 3 measures are the ratios suggested by Rajan and Zingels, and we have used that in our robustness test. Moving on to the descriptive statistics. Overall, we've compared the firm level's descriptive statistics to FPSO contractors against the results from, first of all, Franken-Goyle for listed non-financial US companies, Dorbes et al. For the globally listed shipping companies, and Chambord for a sample of oil and gas firms. The descriptive statistics supports the view that the FPSO industry is capital intensive, highly leveraged, and competitive. We can see that the average leverage ratio is around 45%, while at the 25th percentile it was recorded to be 40%, and at the 75th percentile it was 54%. The book assets is high, and that is a norm, but this is due to the size and value of the individual assets owned. The largest value we had for our sample population was $13 billion US. As you can see, profitability averages around 8%, but for a range, we've got it from negative 14% to 24% positive, reflecting the competitiveness within the industry and the importance of the proper project management to maximize profit for the contractor segment. Unlike oil and gas companies, who generate profits from oil and gas trades, FPSO contractors are fixed. The profits of FPSO contractors, are fixed through charter party, which is a lease, and operate arrangements. Hence, Profit maximization is achieved through efficient project management to avoid project delays, cost overruns, and completion risks. With projects having a long lead time and subjected to multiple complex variables and sound capital structure decisions in financing projects, capital investments is crucial. From our study, it was observed that the financing structure between these companies are different. This is understandable due to the complex capital structures, contractual arrangements, and location of operations, which affects the overall performance and outlook of these companies. The key determinants of capital structure were noted to be tangibility, profitability, growth, and size. The former two negatively correlated to leverage and the latter positively correlated. Tangibility evidenced a negative relationship with leverage. This is because an FPSO is unique and not easily transferable to other fields without refurbishment or conversion. Hence, its collateral value is not easily ascertainable. This may potentially affect the level of leverage, with collateral value being one of the main considerations of repayment under project financing, apart from projected cash flow. Profitability, with its inverted relationship to leverage, supports the pecking order theory where internal funds are preferred choice of finance, followed by debt and equity. This may be the case for FPSO contractors, which during good economic conditions may have accumulated high levels of profits, and the conception that most upstream companies tend to internally fund their capital investments. As for growth to FPSO contractors is equivalent to opportunities to secure new FPSO projects or contracts which are considered high risk due to the overall riskiness of the upstream oil and gas industry. Another possible explanation is the perceived future earnings potential of these companies by the stock market. Size. With the industry being high risk, lenders are more inclined to lend to larger firms because they are perceived to have more stable cash flow and lower risk of default. Additionally, the oil and gas industry has very stringent HSE requirements. Each country would have different requirements, hence reducing environmental risk exposures to lenders. Furthermore, banks do employ FPSO industry experts to ensure that FPSO companies are doing what they said and are complying with requirements. So we found that the pecking order theory best describes the capital structure of financing behavior of FPSO companies. However, the theory does not define an optimal leverage ratio, but suggests that capital structure changes over time according to requirements and cost or risk of different sources of finance. Now, The effect of COP21 of capital structure determinants. When we included the interaction terms for post-COP21, changes in significance and direction for certain determinants were observed, for instance, growth, size, tax, and business risk. Growth remains statistically significant at the 5% level, but its influence on leverage post-COP21 increased to 0.33 points from 0.08 pre-COP. While for size, the impact on leverage increased to 0.014 points post-COP from 0.05. For tax, pre-COP21, the coefficient was negative, but minimal. Post-COP21, the sign changed to positive, but magnitude remained constant. The change in sign from negative to positive could potentially be due to the tax benefits from different governments for undertaking capital investments and being compliant with regulatory requirements such as local content, HSE. However, the full impact of taxes on FPSO projects is complex and often quite difficult to understand. Business risk. Pre-COP21, business risk was negatively insignificant, and it became significant post-COP21 with the potential impact on leverage of 0.15 points. However, this is not unexpected, as the pressures of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the viability of the industry going forward is affected, hence the higher risk perception. Additionally, it is also possible that financial institutions are accustomed to environmental risk management in the industry, and oil price was starting to increase from 2016. The average oil price in 2016 was $43 per barrel, rising to $71 in 2018. Hence, the probability of the willingness of financial institutions to undertake financing risks. Presented here is just the regression analysis results that I have just gone through, showing that tangibility, growth, profitability, size, business risk, and tax rates. As for robustness tests, checks were performed using macroeconomic variables, institutional differences, lag effect, and alternative leverage measures. The robustness test showed the same trend as the earlier results, so the results are both robust and support the earlier findings. From a macroeconomic perspective, we have, the findings still remain consistent with that of the baseline regression, with growth, size, tax, and business risk still remain key, indicating that capital structure of choice is independent to macroeconomic variables and mainly influenced by firm-level variables. Institutional differences, common law versus civil law. The variables are still the same, except that in common law countries, these coefficients positively affect leverage. This indicates that legal systems have an impact on capital structure. From a lag perspective, the key variable still remains the same. However, it was observed that pre-COP21, larger firms had used more debts, 0.05 points, and lesser debt post-COP21. From an alternative leverage measures perspective, the results remain the same. The key takeaway from our paper is that the Paris Agreement in 2015 had an impact on all capital structure determinants, varied financing structures among the companies due to their individual and institutional characteristics, with tangibility, profitability, growth, and size being the key determinants of capital structure decisions. Collectively, the results support the application of the pecking order theory in the contractor-owned segment of the FPSO industry. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for logging in and joining us. My name is Zahid Hussain, and my co-researcher is Dr. Abdul Jabbar. And today we'll be talking about how two great new technologies meet together and will become an aid to our modern industry and a much needed solution to the issues that are faced by the current industry. So we'll be looking at how the missing jigsaw piece, the disruptive contracts, will become inherently important in facilitating circular economy in practice and in its implementation more fully across the world. So the purpose of our research is to investigate the emergence of smart contracts as part of the blockchain and how these smart contracts can serve as disruptive technologies to facilitate circular economy and its network that is much needed in order for it to operate and in order for it to work effectively, just as the linear economy does. So smart contracts are looked at in detail, and we will look at how smart contracts would enable partners on equity and equality of access to different markets, the simplification of the legal relationships between the partners involved in the circular economy network, which is a big issue at the moment, and the transparency and the openness of the nature of the contracts, so the partners who are involved in it are clear and are open and are trustworthy and become trustworthy as a result of this. So smart contracts basically would allow the relationships between the networks to work more effectively, and we would like to see how this new disruptive technology would be adopted and integrated in the workings of the industry. There are many, many writings that focus on the emergence of new technologies that have emerged over the decades. And technology, therefore, has become inherently a very important part of the industry. It is the backbone of all industries. We've had many, many, many different types of systems that have emerged over the years, from transaction processing systems, management information systems, executive information systems, and then enterprise systems. And nowadays, we're on to the next generation of technologies, which are cloud-based, that utilize internet and the networks across the world as underpinning technologies to facilitate all this. And therefore, the emergence of new technologies like blockchain, Internet of Things, and cloud, miniaturization, all these technologies are facilitating the more open approach to doing business in daily lives of the people involved in business. So those of you who are not familiar with circular economy, basically circular economy is about focusing on how the materials and resources are extracted, how they are then created into products, how those products then end up in the retail centers and then bought by the customers and then disposed by the customers in a particular way. Now, for many, many, many decades, we've had a linear approach in the economy, where the aim was to take the resources, such as fossil fuels, make something out of them, and sell them to the consumers and customers. And then they would dispose those, and the disposed materials or products will end up in landfills, and all sorts of externalities would be caused by that, as the previous presenter Ala was actually talking about. So the implementation of circular economy and circularity is a new emerging paradigm in the history of industrialization. Now, there are different views about it. There are some people who are skeptical. There are some people who are optimistic. There are some people who have doubts about it. However, that was the case about 2 decades or 1.5 decades ago. What's happening now is that there's a lot more proactive action being taken in this area. And the aim of circular economy has been refined to focusing on achieving sustainability of the resources that we have and sustainability of the productions that we have, and helping the environment, helping the people and humanity, and therefore to achieve ethical conformance, and to be sensitive towards the environment rather than just disposing materials at the end of their use and leading to degradations of all types, externalities, and pollution. The aim is to help the environment, but at the same time, recover the materials from the products that are disposed so that they can be put back into circulation. Because many of the materials, if you look at it from chemical point of view, can be reused, and therefore longevity of materials is achieved through reusing those materials over and over again, and that minimizes the impact on the environment. But we have a long journey to go, and it will take time to achieve that fully. But all the buttons have been pressed. Organizations like Ellen MacArthur Foundation and many large businesses like Philips, Siemens, Google, and many other industries and companies have shown a keen interest in this area. So it has not only allowed the people who support circular economy to focus on innovations, it has actually generated many proposals and propositions to innovate new products and re-innovate the existing products so that they can be dismantled and disposed in an ethical, clean way. So in the UK government, after Brexit in particular, has had several agendas, and one of the agenda is to undertake clean production. So circular economy really meets the expectations, and therefore it allows them to achieve this. It allows them to achieve this agenda that they have. Now we are looking at one of the things with the circular economies is that when you are dismantling materials, when you are acquiring materials, you have to make sure that there are people interested in the waste that you generate. And at the same time, those people who buy waste, such as plastics and metals and wood and glass, want an easy way of acquiring those materials. Now, at the moment, although I'm saying that very hesitantly because things are changing as we talk, so far what's been happening is that this exchange of materials has been negotiated in a traditional way, using legal contracts, using a network, using agents, using e-markets, etc., which actually is good because it's better than what we used to. Used to be the situation where we didn't have many networks. It is much better, but it is still quite slow. And in comparison to linear economy, it is actually much slower. And therefore, we need to have technologies, and then use those technologies to facilitate and expedite these exchanges. And in this research, me and Abdul Jabbar are basically focusing on how the new technology of blockchain it can be used to facilitate this. And in some cases, it is facilitating this. So blockchain, those of you not familiar with it, is a system in which the record of transactions is made in sometimes Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, or it could be other means to do that. And it is a system of recording information in a way that makes it difficult or impossible to change, hack, or cheat by external forces, may I say, rather than stakeholders. So it allows decentralization and distributed ledger for sorting data on any transaction. So rather than centralizing data, as conventionally was the case in computing, it allows the decentralization to take place, and is controlled by smart contracts. So there are different blocks that actually are linked together, the work as one body. So each block is a hash and it's linked to other blocks through that hash. So you can see on this slide that there's block 0, block 1, block 2, 3, 4, endless, and they are all linked together through hash, and they operate as the partnership of technology. Circular economy, on the other hand, what you have here is that you have synthetic human-made materials and you have organic materials. And what you do is you extract these materials, if they are synthetic or inorganic, organic and both in organic and inorganic. You extract those, you make materials out of those are then used to build products or create products, and these products are then sold to the retailers, who then sell those to the customers and consumers. So customers in terms of goods that are used, and consumers in terms of those who consume food, stuff, etc. And once both of these types of customers and consumers have used these materials, the products, they then dispose them, and the products end up in landfill. The aim of the circular economy is to actually give the products a new lifeline, or a continuation of its use. So first thing is, the aim is to maintain the products, so they can be used for a longer period. Like, for example, selling a car as a second-hand car, and then somebody else buy it as a third hand. So the use of the car is maximized and it stays in circulation for longer, for example. Or you reuse and redistribute certain things, you refurbish things, remanufacture them, and you recycle them, break them down, take the components and materials off and reuse them for a same product or another product. For example, certain plastics can be used not only for the same product, but many other types of products. So the aim is not to go back to the extraction process and to use the materials for longer. And in terms of the organic materials, you use the food, you eat the food, and if you don't actually eat it, you then use it for extracting biochemicals, and you use it for generating energy as anaerobic digestate. And then from that results the biogas and the solid stuff, which then can be given to the farmers, and the farmers then use those as fertilizers, organic fertilizer, and that enhances the life of the actual the soil, and therefore the cycle continues. So the aim is to keep the cycles going as much as possible and as cheaply as possible, and to minimize the transaction cost. So, for example, if you keep the cycle as local as possible, rather than sending it to Japan or China and then it coming back again, you will actually create a bigger footprint by doing that. So, for example, when the plastics are disposed, the aim is to keep that recycling and the reuse of the hydrocarbons as local as possible and make things out of it as local as possible. So you are reducing the carbon footprint. So the circular economy is trying to encourage all the stakeholders, from consumers to manufacturers to retailers to the network and agents, in order to continue the circulation of the products. And the aim is not to have cradle to grave approach, but to have cradle to cradle approach where the product continues the cycle many times, and we continue to let the natural resources to build up naturally, and that also assures uh, a continuous ecology of the other habitants of the world and Earth. So this slide shows you that cradle to cradle design improves the quality of the products. You can generate added value for stakeholders along the value chain. So if somebody is buying the reused materials and making new products, it should be cheaper for them. So it will be a stimulus, and it will save them money and effort. When you save somebody money, you're saving an effort on their part. So, for example, if you have to earn half the wages to live, then that means that you got more time for yourself. And therefore, you save the effort. So, therefore, this is what it means value for the stakeholders. And it produces a positive impact for all the users concerned. And it allows many social, economic, and ecological benefits to the stakeholders involved. And you can see here on the right hand side that this building utilizes many different types of materials that are put back into circulation through one way or another, through innovation, etc. So, therefore, it is a much more ordered way of us existing on Earth. So earlier we talked about the organic products uh, and synthetic products, and the aim in both cases is to keep the circulation going, as you can see on the right hand side diagram, and to use the organic materials to generate the soil and regenerate the habitat where those products were grown. For example, where you grow carrots and potatoes, etc. You need to put the fertilizers, natural organic fertilizers, back into the soil, so you give it that strength, and therefore it generates better products. Now we've come to a stage where we need to look at both of these things in a joint way, in circularity. So the technical cycle and biological cycle needs to work together. So, for example, one example is paper production. So what we have here is that trees are cut, they are then taken to some sort of processing, and certain plants and sheets of wood are created. They are then collected, treated, and then converted into paper along the way as a part of the process. And then once you have used the paper, you can either dispose it, or you can convert that paper into other types of paper through circulation, or eventually convert it into fertilizer. And then that cycle continues. By the same time, the leftover, the waste, could be used to fertilize the soils, and that continues. Now, currently, the current research is that we've now moved on from using trees, because they take the shortest one that I'm aware of that takes time. The shortest period that I'm aware of that a tree takes a time to grow is 10 years. And it could be 8 years, depending upon what tree it is. But you got to then look at the quality of the paper, because if you're printing on a paper, you don't want it to sort of disappear and disintegrate. You want it to remain in circulation and use for many years. Now, the current research is looking at using the grasses and plants to do that. So the current research is looking at the use of hemp, which is very good for extracting oils that are needed to overcome some of the obesity issues. For example, they contain omega-3, omega-6, and omega-9 properties, and therefore they can eliminate the low density elements in your blood. So hemp is good for consumption, but at the same time, the actual plant is used for producing paper. And then even further than that, it's used for creating and manufacturing toilet paper. So rather than waiting 10 years, you use crop, which can change cycle every 4 months. So you are then helping the environment in many different ways. Um, this cradle to cradle example requires you to be innovative, and it requires you to focus on focus on the the organic and mechanistic cycle. I am conscious of time, and from this slide you can tell that there are many different elements are used to create products, and all these elements can be recovered from the existing products. So if you imagine the number of elements, if you imagine the number of stakeholders, when you are exchanging these manually, it takes a tremendous amount of time. However, when we use smart contracts, it expedites this process, and it helps you to automate the legal relationships between stakeholders. So smart contracts will become a savior technology for the continuation of circular economy, and therefore it will allow us to produce and deal with chemicals and commodities. It will help you to manage the price and meet the demand, and it will minimize the impact on the stakeholders, therefore will help to manage lower inflation and lower production costs. And there are many writers who talk about the prices of commodities, which are actually increasing and have been increasing tremendously. Now, the use of smartphones as part of circular economy will actually help to regulate the prices of commodities, and will have a positive impact on our economies throughout, especially the developing world. So we need to have smartphones as part of circular economy, and that involves executing so a smart contract. And you can see from this slide that contracts are written as code in smart contract, and code is triggered like an expiration date, so it's basically automatically programmed to remain active for a certain amount of time, and it regulates the activity, and allows privacy and connection and trust within the network. So smart contracts in circular economy would interject the networks. They will allow the stakeholders to communicate, to exchange, to sell, to buy, and to use the materials in a much quick, easy, transparent way, and allow that to allow all the stakeholders, allow this to lead to certain value, and would also facilitate Internet of Things if certain products have certain codes and they need to be tracked by their manufacturers or whoever needs to track them. So in conclusion, smart contracts can create new marketplaces for circular economy, but not only that, it will actually allow the circular economy to flourish in the future. And we need circular economy because we are already creating many spillovers and externalities and pollution, and we are degrading our environment. And therefore, in the long term, to save the economy and to save the day, we need smart contracts and other such technologies to facilitate our economy's continual flow of things. So the flow of goods and materials needs smart contract. And that's the end of my presentation. If anybody has any questions, please ask.
Dear participants, welcome to this symposium. My name is Kutalmış Yalçın. I will tell you the structure of the Mineral Exploration Institute. I am working as an assistant prof at Düzce University, Faculty of Business Administration, Department of International Trade and Finance. I want to make a presentation in two different languages, Turkish and English. First of all, I want to make a presentation in Turkish after English. In the meantime, you can take a look at the image in the presentation. Değerli katılımcılar, değerli hocalarım, bu sempozyuma öncelikle hoş geldiniz. Enerji bağlamında Cumhuriyet dönemi Türkiye'sinde Maden Tetkik ve Arama Enstitüsü'nü incelemiş bulunuyorum bu bildiriyi hazırlarken. Başlığımız Cumhuriyet dönemi enerji politikaları bağlamında Maden Tetkik ve Arama Enstitüsü. Düzce Üniversitesi'nde doktor öğretim üyesi olarak İşletme Fakültesi'nde görev yapmaktayım. Birinci slaytımızda kapsam, hipotez ve konu bağlamında MTA'nın önemine değinmek istiyorum. Bu bildiride biraz önce de belirttiğim gibi 1935 yılında karşımıza çıkan MTA'nın yapısına bakacağız. Aslında günümüzde de varlığını devam ettiren önemli bir kurum. Yalnız biz çalışmanın sınırlılığı açısından sadece 1935 ve de 1983 yıllarına odaklanıyoruz. Bizim odaklandığımız bu yıllar bu kurumun yani MTA'nın bir enstitü şeklinde teşkilatlandığı, örgütlendiği yıllar olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Now Atatürk is appearing in this photo. Fotoğrafta da görüldüğü gibi kuruluş kanunu hatırlatabilmek amacıyla bu fotoğrafta resmi gazeteden bir görüntü ve de Atatürk yer alıyor. Bu arkamızda gördüğümüz bina ise MTA'nın ilk faaliyetlerine başladığı o yıllardaki bina. Daha sonra Akköprü'deki bir yerleşim yerine taşınarak faaliyetlerine devam ediyor. Yanlış hatırlamıyorsam fotoğraftaki ikinci kişi Atatürk'ün sol tarafında bizim karşımıza Celal Bayar çıkıyor. Celal Bayar o dönemde Ekonomi Bakanı olarak görev yapmakta. Çalışmanın sınırlılığı 35 ve 83 yılları arasını kapsamakta. 83 yıllarından sonra bir genel müdürlük şeklinde kurumun örgütlendiğini görebiliyoruz. Çalışmada MTA'nın yürüttüğü sistematik araştırma faaliyetleriyle verimli diyebileceğimiz bir maden ülkesi olan Türkiye'nin enerji ve ham madde kaynaklarını araştırmak ve incelemek amaçlı kurulduğunu görüyoruz MTA'nın. Bu fotoğrafta ise 1931 yılında Ankara'da Anafartalar Caddesi'nde MTA'nın diğer bir binası bizim karşımıza çıkıyor. Bu fotoğrafların yer almasının birinci ve ikinci slaytlardaki sebebi şu. Kurum ilk kuruluş aşamasında aslında çok kıt imkanlarla faaliyetlerini yürütmeye çalışan, ancak günümüzde teknik personel anlamıyla, teknoloji anlamıyla faaliyet yürütmekte olan önemli bir kurum haline geliyor. Ülke ekonomisine peki bu kurumun hangi yönden katkıları var. Birazcık da ona bakmak istiyorum. Bilindiği üzere Cumhuriyet kurulduktan sonra biraz daha ileri gidersek 1929 yılında yaşanan dünya ekonomik buhranından sonra aslında Türkiye'de ve Avrupa ülkelerinde devletçilik yani korumacı bir anlayış söz konusuydu. Onun Türkiye'deki yansımaları ise yeni kurulmuş genç bir cumhuriyetin bazı önemli şirketleri, dış kaynaklı şirketleri millileştirmesi olarak bizim karşımıza çıkıyordu. Yani bu noktada verebileceğimiz en güzel örneklerden birisi bizim için, bizler açısından Maden Tetkik ve Arama Kurumu yani en iyi uygulama örneklerinden biridir diyebiliriz. Araştırmada kullandığımız yöntem doküman analizi yöntemiydi. Verileri bu şekilde toplamıştım. Elde edilen veriler daha sonra analiz edilerek zaten metinlere yansıtıldı. SALT bu konuyla ilgili doğal olarak bizim alanlarımıza yakın bir çalışma bulmak zor. Ancak daha önceden konu üzerine yoğunlaşan Reşat İzbırak hocamızın Türkiye'de madencilik, Hasan Özer hocamızın yüksek öğretim tarihi içerisinde Zonguldak Maden Tatbikatı Mektebi isimli çalışması, bir de Osmanlı İmparatorluğu'nun son döneminden çok partili döneme madencilik politikaları isimli çalışma yer almakta. Bu çalışmaların dışında lisansüstü düzeyde bir çalışmaya ben şahsen rastlamadım. Burada belirtmemiz gereken önemli bir durum karşımıza kuruluş kanunu olarak çıkar. 1965 tarih ve 2804 sayılı kanun MTA'nın kuruluş kanunudur. Şunu da hatırlatmakta fayda görüyorum. Yine aynı kanunla biz Etibank'ın da kurulduğunu görüyoruz. Yani genç cumhuriyetin atmış olduğu çok önemli adımlar, devletçi politikaların doğal bir sonucuydu aslında. Başarılı bir örnek olduğunu zaten biraz önce ifade ettim. Özellikle enerji, yeraltı ve ekonomi politikaları kapsamında uygulanan bir devletçi politika olarak karşımıza çıkıyor kurum. Millileştirmelerden bahsetmiştik o dönemi baz alırsak. Bu millileştirmelerin bir bölümünün maden işletmelerine yönelik olduğunu görüyoruz. Çünkü maden işletmeleri ham madde kapsamında değerlendirilirse Türkiye'de çok zengin olmamakla birlikte verimli maden yataklarının bulunduğunu biliyoruz. Bundan dolayı çok zengin olmayan kaynakları bizim verimli bir şekilde ne yapmamız gerekiyor? Çıkarmamız, araştırmaları yaparken bu durumu bilim adamlarının göz önünde bulundurması gerekiyor. O zaman çok zengin maden kaynaklarına sahip olmasak da yeterli düzeyde olduğu kabul edilebilir. Zaten literatürde bu durumla ilgili de tartışmalar devam etmekte. Enstitünün kuruluş kanununa göz atarsak tam olarak şöyle ifade ediliyor. Ülkenin maden ve taş ocakları kaynaklarını aramak, bulmak ve işletmeye uygun olup olmadığını tespit etmek amacıyla gerekli etütleri yapmak, kimyasal ve teknolojik analizleri yapmak ve sektöre mühendis, yardımcı personel ve kalifiyeli işçi yetiştirmekte görevlendirilmiş bir kuruluşumuz. Az sayıda personele dikkat çekmiştim. Dönemin şartlarını göz önünde bulundurursak çok az sayıda personelle faaliyetlerine başlayan bir kurum. Günümüzde genel müdürlük şeklinde varlığını devam ettiriyor. Aynı zamanda biraz önce bahsettiğimiz kuruluş amacına yönelik hizmetleri de artık çok sayıdaki yetişmiş insan gücüyle ve de laboratuvar imkanıyla devam ettirmektedir. Bildiri konusuyla ilgili öneriler başlığımız altında ise daha en azından Türkiye'de daha kapsamlı çalışmaların aslında yürütülmesi gerekir. Özellikle belki doktora seviyesinde olmayabilir ama yüksek lisans seviyelerinde çalışmalara ihtiyaç duyulduğunu belirtmem gerekiyor. Now I want to continue, dear participant. Now I want to continue my presentation in English. The Great Depression in 1929 had a profound impact on the whole world. The concept of statism gained traction, particularly in Western countries, and Turkey following the crisis, and most of these countries begin to take new steps. Statistics in practice have intensified, especially in Turkey after 1933. In terms of energy, underground, and economic policies, the Republic of Turkey nationalized the enterprise under foreign capital, took new measures to protect the value of the Turkish lira, and full adopt the status practice called protectionism in the economy. It is observed that some of the nationalism studies carried out in the strategic areas are aimed of mining enterprise, because it is commonly recognized that Turkey has a suitable level of mine diversity, while it is not particularly rich in terms of mineral resource in the context of energy, raw materials. One of the most important implementation examples regarding the matter is the establishment of the Mineral Research and Exploration Institute. Mineral Research and Exploration Institute was established with the law number 28 and 4, 1935, when Celal Bayar was the Minister of Economy. In order to explore and operate the mines utilizing the necessary and mining methods. According to law on the establishment of the institute is tasked with searching and finding the resource of the country's mines and carrying out necessary studies, chemical and technological analysis in order to determine whether they are suitable for operation and training engineers, auxiliary personnel, and qualified workers for the sector. Mineral Research and Exploration Institute, which was established in 1935, with a small number of personnel, continues its existence as a general directorate today and attempts to provide services for the purpose of its establishment with a large number of trained personnel and laboratory facilities. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you for listening me. See you later, dear participants.